I realize it isn't. It's just
I thought I saw Lisa here. Cool. Okay.
Oh, hers is white. And yeah. I mean, for 88, she's amazing. Here with just amazing. Well, and she's always had a lot of energy that means. So, you know, we actually celebrated her 88th birthday over there. April 3rd. And my dad's. Oh, yeah. That's not even the best of her hair. Yeah, my she's still just always, and she is really always, yeah. And so we never do that growing up, and know that special arms. She looks so beautiful. so cute. Not so much. Not at all. My dad's. What is this?
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're going to go ahead and get started. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Agent.
Here.
Flag.
Here.
Halliburton.
Here.
Sanchez. Willits. Here. Woodings.
Here.
5 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. Just as we get started, I see many familiar faces, but some of you who haven't been in here yet this week, so welcome. I'm going to read something. Some of you have heard it already, just so that folks on Zoom know how this is working. A live stream of this meeting and all public hearings for the Interfaith Sanctuary are available for live stream or playback at the City of Boise Public Meetings YouTube channel. And due to the volume of people that might be wishing to testify on Zoom, we're asking if you aren't a party of record. And so that means if you didn't testify last time or send in an email before the planning and zoning hearing, then you aren't a party of record. Or if you don't plan on talking tonight, and we're asking that you get off Zoom and move over to the YouTube channel where you can watch it live. And then finally, once you've testified on Zoom, our clerk will push you off of Zoom, and she'll do that. And it's not an accident if you suddenly aren't on Zoom after you've talked. But because we're trying to keep only the folks in line to speak in the Zoom line. And so then once you're kicked out of Zoom, go head on over to the YouTube channel. You can watch live from there. And so then typically in a hearing, we'll be asking questions of staff throughout, and we've remained pretty focused. Yesterday, I think we heard from 67 or 68 people. So to start this section off, I actually am going to give council a chance to ask questions that they have based on testimony so far. And then if you all have questions, I've got a couple too that I'll weave through. Staff will take them, and then we'll put a time within the hearing where they've been able to prepare the answers and then can share the answers with all council. So we'll do this now, and then we'll all make some time before the evening's out to do it again, so that staff has all that from you all. So with that, I'd open it up to council.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I can get started with a couple. I'm feeling a little lonely down here tonight. We've got me separated from everybody else, but I do have a few questions that it would be great for staff to come back with, specifically folks who are working in our more housing related staff and some folks who are part of the Shelter Better Task Force and who work with our Path Home. And a lot of it has to do with the questions that I've been asking a lot from public. That really comes down to best practices. There were best practices that were identified in the Shelter Better Task Force report. And I guess I need some clarity on some of those things to make sure that those are either outlined in our conditions, or we can have a little bit of an idea of what potentially would be missing from some of the conditions that staff included. I've been asking a lot of questions about numbers, number of people.
Jimmy, I'm sorry, Councilmember Halliburton. Before you move on to the next piece, was that your first question?
Yeah, so the first question really is to get an explanation of staff from the conditions that were in the Shelter Best Task Force and make sure that we understand what those are and if they're included in the conditions that are outlined in the staff report.
Okay, so you'd like to hear, does staff understand that one? Okay, great. All right. Then.
Madam Mayor, real quickly, do you want us to do all of these together if we have certain topics on this, or do you want to take each one individually? Because I have a couple questions on that vein.
What would be easiest for staff? Probably to do thematically. Would that work for the council members as well, thematically to do them?
Yeah. Okay,
so how about we do it this way? Since council member has started, he's put this one out there. Take any ones related to that, and then I'll head back to the council member to continue going through your list, and then we'll work our way down.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah. So Madam Mayor, I also had some questions in regards to best practices, but also just level setting our language when it comes to common terms like congregate shelters. It seems like I want to make sure that we're using all the same terms when we hear those phrases. I also want to talk a little bit or learn more about the security plan, and if there's a security plan that's required.
I'm gonna pause you there because that gets off of best practices, I believe.
Yeah.
So any other council members specific to best practices related to the shelter better?
Yep.
Because let's stick with the shelter better report first. Any other things, not necessarily best practices, but related to shelter better report?
Well, this particular question has to do with security plan with Our Path Home and the requirements for that.
Okay, great. So
a
then
little-
let's move into the security plan related questions. Because my
Yeah.
sense is that that's a separate bullet probably that we'll need to hear from maybe even different staff. But so let's go ahead and start that and then
So-
we'll take it down the line.
Two questions. One is what if there's requirements for security plans when we deal with Our Path Home as the one-stop shop? And then also best practices on de-escalation. I think that would be really helpful to understand.
Anything else related to security plan and conditions related? Let's say security plan or other police related questions.
Madam Mayor, I guess my question would be, are there conditions that staff would think would be necessary to add if we go down that path related to security plans beyond the ones that Chief Lee outlined in his memo? Specifically, if we were going to ask for criteria that we'd expect to see in a security plan, are there any criteria that's not in that memo that we'd like to see?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
along those same lines, I still have some questions, some lingering questions around police and police staffing resources and the implications of lack of efficiency in having shelter services in now a completely, well, not completely new, but moving interfaith miles away from the existing services, because I think that wasn't quite answered in the way I wanted it to be answered last time around. So I'd like to dive into that a little bit more. And that likely also applies to fire. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I had something that built on that. In addition to Councilwoman Wooding's question about whether, and this is context and history, whether the current, I don't know if you call it substation, was built and staffed because of the environment there. I'd like to just get some history on whether that was part of the criteria in choosing that site.
In choosing the site for the substation. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go back to your list.
Sure, I'll go back to my list. The rest of my questions, and then you don't have to come back to me anymore, are really related to numbers. And I don't think that the numbers were referred to in the Shelter Best Task Force. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I've been asking a lot of questions as far as the number of people per square foot, physical size of shelter. And I'm trying to figure out if there are best practices, if those even exist, if those were referenced somewhere. And if so, what are they? And then the other thing that I'm trying to figure out regards to numbers is there was a shelter needs analysis that maybe was or wasn't discussed at the Shelter Best Task Force. And I'm trying to figure out what some of the numbers from that shelters needs analysis are as well. Those I think are all the real specific questions I have related to the numbers. And I guess when I say the shelter needs analysis, I'm also curious to know how that breaks down between families, the medically fragile, what we would consider our congregate shelter guests. So the more that I can break that down, the easier it's going to be for me to kind of make sense of those numbers.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions around parks because we've heard a lot from folks about the potential impacts on the Willow Lane complex. I have questions about calls for service in parks that are within, I don't know, a mile of the current Interfaith Sanctuary site, what kinds of calls for service those are, if police and fire anticipate that those calls for service would then move, or if they think that the existing park conditions are kind of separate from the presence of Interfaith Sanctuary.
Madam Mayor, I just have one question. It's for Josh's team. I'd like to know I understand the proposed zoning code is not the law we're going to apply, but I'd like to know the basis for the 300-foot rule, the reasoning behind that, so I can understand the policy objectives that rule in Module 2 is aiming to achieve, just so that I can think about those policies as they apply here as well.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. In addition to a security plan, I'd like to understand if there are any criteria. And let me be clear when I talk about this, I'm not talking about the plan itself. And I don't know if this is for Josh or for Mo, but are there criteria we would like to see in a condition for what would be in an operations plan for this? So that as that plan goes forward, there's guidance for what it is that they're trying to meet with it.
And just a clarifying question, that's similar to the intent behind the questions that Councilmember Willits had on the security plan, was what ought to be in it. Was that what you asked, or did somebody ask that?
Yeah, my question was more the security plan in regards to what we do with the city with our partners and whether that's required.
Oh, that's right. With our Path Home. Okay. With our Path Home partners. All right.
Madam Mayor, to me, just a little bit of follow-up on Councilmember Halliburton's question about numbers. To me, it's more about just numbers, but understanding the different impacts of the different populations. So for instance, I suspect that the congregate shelter population has different impacts on the need for service in the various service areas than the families. It would be great to be able to understand what those differences are.
Madam Mayor. My question would be in terms of who is the priority in terms of being housed if we were to move forward with okaying Interfaith Sanctuary being at this location. What's the priority in terms of the different populations that we're looking to house? That would be helpful. I know that we've heard folks talk about the different folks with the different needs. I'd like to know in terms of professionals determining who's the priority here. What is the strongest need here?
Madam Mayor, I think this is the last thing. I totally forgot my notes when I came in here today. So I had everything written down, but now I'm kind of flying off the cuff here.
But they're on their way, right?
They're on their way.
They might arrive before we.
I do have a question around, and I don't know if this is going to be police or code enforcement or some combination around on-street parking. And as it currently exists around Interfaith Sanctuary in Corpus Christi, and as that need for enforcement would shift down to State Street, and how that might be managed if that shift were to occur.
Madam Mayor, the other part of that question would be, if we don't move forward, what is the plan B? I would assume that we would not just move along without some sort of contingency plan if we decide to uphold the planning and zoning's decision. So what is the plan B?
Anything else right now? Does staff have any clarifying questions for us? Nope. Okay, great. Oops, sorry. Thank you all for that. And we'll circle back again. Oh, here are the notes. While we'll circle back, actually, since you're getting it, I'll give it another minute. You can see if there was anything else in there.
It's a ring bearer trainee, I think.
If you want, we can see if there's anything else. Okay. And the ones that I jotted down over the course of the last couple of days were covered by you all, so I won't add anything to it right now. With that, we're going to start with the public testimony portion. Just like yesterday, we're going to go first with people that are here, and then we'll call on those of you that have joined us by Zoom. I've got a list. If you intended to testify but didn't sign up on a list, please head out there at some point and put your name on the list. That's how we're going through. That's just how we check too, to make sure that, or so that if I can't see your bracelet, I know that you're a party of record. So I'm just going to go down this. And so we'll start with Brian Ertz. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brian Ertz. I come to you to testify as to my lived experience, having been homeless twice in my life, and my experience representing or defending tenants at eviction court right down the street, as well as representing refugees in the neighborhood, as well as representing women and children in domestic violence situations, all of that. It's been framed that planning and zoning required a security plan. They denied the application on the auspice that the applicant failed to provide a security plan. That's not an accurate statement as to why the application was denied. As each of you know, the Local Land Use Planning Act requires, if a decision maker is to make a denial of an application, they have to give the applicant what can you do to get approval? And that's what the planning and zoning was doing in referencing the security plan. On the record before planning and zoning, and given your appellate capacity, the record that you consider now, you have insufficient evidence provided by the applicant to make the necessary factual finding under the criteria at code to suggest that the conditions presented would be adequate to mitigate impact to vicinity properties, and arguably, as the planning and zoning found, the burden on the public services. And the Planning and Zoning Commission was referencing that criteria at code. Planning and zoning, you'll note on the record, gave the applicant multiple opportunities. Members of the Planning and Zoning Commission moved to defer to allow them to bring forth the necessary details for the decision makers to consider that might enable them to make the factual finding with sufficient confidence that these impacts could be mitigated. Now, I bring to you my personal experience as a young boy, later as a young man struggling with mental health issues. As important to the neighbors who own property in the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association that the details be fleshed out and that confidence be gained as to their efficacy, so too it is equally, if not more important, that the guests and the vulnerable communities in proximity likewise have that opportunity to see the details of the security plan and to speak to them before a decision is made.
Thank you. Next up, Tanya Kuhn. And then it looks, is it Kuhn? And then Grace will follow. And then Isaac Espinoza and Lisa Bulow and then John Foster all on deck. Hello, welcome.
Hi, Madam Mayor, members of council, Tanya Kuhn, Willow Lane. The Boise City Code requires a finding that the proposed location is compatible to other uses in the general neighborhood. The evidence in the city's record clearly shows that a finding of compliance with compatibility to other uses cannot be properly made. The record shows adverse physical impacts from a homeless shelter are indisputable and are substantially documented in the CEPTED assessment, which provides factual evidence of support of what is self-evident. The needs of a large, low-barrier shelter are not compatible with the needs of a predominantly family-oriented residential neighborhoods. The needs are simply too different. The use being proposed for this location is not in harmony with the character of the residential neighborhood and lacks substantial conformance with existing uses because a large, low-barrier homeless shelter poses significantly more discordant impacts than by right allowed uses. The location is incompatible because the proposed use, which the record shows involves a percentage of single males, is entirely insensitive to the women and children seeking protection from domestic abuse at a facility 150 feet away. This single fact significantly amplifies the inappropriateness of this location. This location is incompatible with long-range plans for State Street Corridor because the type of use will not complement and support the proposed future uses in the adopted plans for the State Street Corridor, which the record shows does not include homeless shelters. Finally, the report claims the operational characteristics of potential impacts of this proposed use are not significantly different than the existed and anticipated use for the area. Not only is that statement outrageous, it is unsubstantiated claim that is not based on facts, given the city's own record shows otherwise. The data in the CEPTED study shows the adverse impacts, including 57 pages of individual email concerns and complaints from businesses and property owners in the area where the current IFS shelter is located. We heard Monday that the proposed site would serve only guests who stayed the prior night. At a prior recorded neighborhood meeting, the applicant has given a completely different message on the boundaries of their service, stating, quote, "Of course, we will never turn anybody away requiring a meal," unquote. This would leave the shelter open to act as a service provider for those experiencing unsheltered homelessness, supporting those choosing to shelter themselves in our neighborhood and using IFS as a support facility. You must uphold P&Z's denial of this CUP. Thank you.
Thank you. Going up. And then we'll have Isaac Espinoza, Lisa Bulow, John Foster.
Madam Mayor and council members, I'm Grace Kuhn, and I live very close to the proposed location and the Farmers Union Canal, which is directly across the street. The city is required by Idaho Code to notify all political subdivisions providing services to a site who have an opportunity to review and comment on any impacts they will experience. The city failed to send this application for review and comment to the Farmers Union Ditch Company and the Garden City Police Department. The attorney for the Farmers Union sent a letter because a concerned citizen in the Veterans Park neighborhood notified them of this application. This letter was buried on page 1061 of the commissioner's packet with 1,779 pages, rather than being included directly in the project report with the other agency comments. Quote, the attorney expressed concern for its canal and maintenance road being directly across the street and easily accessible from the proposed site, creating both safety and trespass issues. The letter concludes with the following, quote, Farmers Union respectfully requests that Boise deny the proposed conditional use application for the shelter, unquote. The comments from the Farmers Union are evidence that the proposed use will place an undue burden on other services in the vicinity. And even though the city's project report ignored this and said, quote, comments received from public agencies confirm the proposed use will not place an undue burden on the transportation system or other services in the vicinity, quote, unquote. The other agency in the Garden City Police Department, which Boise has a shared service agreement with. The Garden City limit boundary is very close to this proposed location, which means the Garden City police officers will be impacted because the patrol units will often be the closest to respond to a call, but they were not given the opportunity to comment on this location and the type of use being requested. The impact on these two agencies refutes the comment in the project report of no undue burden on other services in the vicinity. And the commissioners recognize that by denying the application. Please uphold the commissioner's decision. Thank you.
Isaac Espinoza,
Good afternoon.
welcome.
My name is Isaac Espinoza. I've lived at Willow Lane for 28 years. The Boise City Code requires a finding that the proposed use in compliance with the comprehensive plan. The key word in this required criteria is the word use. The finding of compliances cannot be made because the applicant is seeking a type of use that is not in accordance with the long established policies in Boise's comprehensive plan for locating social service uses in the downtown Boise area. These policy is D2-CCN 1.3 and policy DT-NC 3.2. The applicant and the project report avoided the two most relevant policies that apply to this conditional use request. In addition, the comprehensive plan does not have any policies that support the proposed type of use to be anywhere other than downtown Boise. It is not sufficient to say that this application complies with other policies in the comprehensive plan as a means to override compliancy with the specific policies for social service location. Furthermore, the policies for social services have a specific goal, which is to maximize access by locating these services in the downtown area. This is of critical significance because the intent of these policies is to ensure the efficient use of government resources, which is lawfully mandated by Section 67-6502B of the Idaho Code. Maximizing access is not possible if this land use decision removes those who need the services from the core area, where services are extensive and well established. Upholding the denial of this application will accomplish two critical things. It will ensure government resources for social services are used efficiently, and it will not result in unnecessarily enlarging government spending for the Boise Police Department. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Will you take a question, sir?
Sure.
Isaac, quick question, and it's just clarification on what you said earlier. You said
Yes, sir.
that there was some city code or was in the comprehensive plan that said that social services are supposed to be located downtown.
Yes.
Can you tell me what the code that you cited there
Yes,
was?
I
or
do. It is DT-CCN 1.3. It states on Section 8, maintain downtown as the administrative center for city, county, state, and federal governments and for social service providers. It also states, recognize that government and social services provide a stable base for downtown's economy and are more accessible to the public since downtown is a transit hub. And I also have the other.
That's good enough. I'm going
3.2.
to
Okay.
look up the rest of it, but I appreciate you citing those
Thank you,
numbers.
sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I wasn't very good at the slides last time, so. My name is Lisa Bulow and I live in the Lake Harbor area. Interfaith claims that the P&Z decision to deny their cup relied solely on lay testimony. This is false. Planning and zoning commissioners heard testimony from scores of professionals in planning and public service. And for the record, many of the lay testimony are based on well-researched data. A letter written by Senator Grant Burgoyne was read to the P&Z Commission. He supports building housing for the homeless, but he states that, quote, IFS needs to be developed in a more comprehensive plan, end of quote. He recognizes that the shelter is too large and many cities are moving away from this antiquated model. The senator expressed concerns that such a large facility would be problematic for both the neighborhood and the homeless. Expert testimony by Mark Butler, a professional with 30 years of land use planning experience, encouraged the commissioners to deny. He stated that detailed testimony provided by the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association president, quote, did a very good job of sticking to the comprehensive plan and to the code, end of quote. He recognized that moving the shelter into an area of urban sprawl and away from services downtown will be harmful for those experiencing homelessness. Mr. Butler recommended that the city and Interfaith wait until a more suitable location is identified. The commission heard from expert testimony from David Shurtleff, an architect for the state of Idaho and former member of Boise City's Planning and Design Review Committee. He referenced the redesign of a congregate living facility in Nampa. Individual private rooms resulted in notable behavior and mental health improvements of the residents. Based on his professional expertise, he highlighted issues in the existing neighborhood surrounding Interfaith and talked about the obvious incompatibility regarding this type of use near residential neighborhoods. He also raised concerns of inevitable traffic problems caused by placing a high-density housing facility on busy State Street. In conclusion, I guess I just have to say nobody should assume that this group of people who have spoken against the cup haven't been involved in caring for those less fortunate. We are concerned parents, grandparents, educators, first responders. Despite our diversity, we came together with one common belief. Yes, Boise needs a plan to care for our growing homeless population, but a low barrier shelter does not belong in a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, John Foster. And then after John, we've got B. Black. I want to say Kim, but I don't think so. Davidson on Tamarack Drive, Susan Bond, Sue Roybal, and then Stephanie Day. If you've got presentations, I forgot to tell everybody, if you've got presentations that you haven't already given to Josh and I call your name, head on over there to get set up, and then we'll move through others while we're waiting for you to be set up. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is John Foster. I live at 3907 North Oak Park Place in Boise, in Leavitt. I've also submitted you written testimony, and I really encourage you to review that. I have 35 years of municipal law enforcement experience, 18 years as a police chief. I was instrumental in the development, creation, management of a conditional use permit and a good neighbor policy for our first homeless shelter. You talk about best practices. I found that a shelter that holds their guests accountable, both within the shelter and within the neighborhood, provides the best success for a community. The efforts of Interfaith Sanctuary towards the homeless are commendable. They're doing a great job there. Where they're not meet their mark is holding their guests accountable, both within the shelter and in the community, specifically the neighborhoods. The CPTED study done by the police department of the Shoreline District showed that the Interfaith Sanctuary was in the top 10 calls for service from 2016 to 2020. In addition to that, their surrounding neighborhood, Cooper Court and South Americana, was in the top 5 during the same time period. what's even more troubling is that from 2016 to September 2020, calls for service at the shelter increased from 82%. In Cooper Court area, they increased to 700%. Chief Lee stated in his comments to you that the calls at the shelter will relocate to State Street. In addition to that, a memo from the police department also validated the same concern, but they also said that the calls on State Street, there's a potential that they may even increase. Chief Lee stated that he would reallocate resources to the State Street location, but they haven't been effective in reducing the calls for service. So I don't assume you're going to see a reduction in calls for service at State Street. I'm actually disappointed with the police department's taking a neutral stand. If this was a business, a bar, an entertainment place, would the police department be taking a neutral position if they have the same calls for service in their business and surrounding neighborhood? I don't think so. The commission determined there was sufficient high-quality evidence to conclude the new location would have a significant impact on the proposed neighborhood. I hope that you will concur with their decision, and we will hopefully find a better location for the Interfaith Sanctuary. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. So I'm Bea Black. I'm a longtime member of our Path Home Executive Committee and CEO of the WCA. I appreciated the invitation to serve on the Shelter Better Task Force. There was a lot of information shared, many divergent opinions expressed, good points made, including a recommendation that our Path Home Executive Committee develop an evaluation process for proposed shelter sites to be used now and in the future. So the executive committee did just that. Based on the evaluation criteria we developed, and after reviewing the plan that Interfaith submitted to us, the executive committee voted to support the project as proposed. So I'm here just wanting you to know that. As the CEO of the WCA, I would also like to share the fact that domestic abuse and violence are one of the leading causes of homelessness for women and children. With respect to our work at the WCA, for the last 6 years, we have seen an average of 27 women, most of them with very young children, sitting on our shelter waitlist each month. I also understand the neighborhood concerns about potential increases in crime. Unfortunately, there is nothing I've seen, even as part of the Shelter Better Task Force, that can give any clear indication of what might happen. In my review of the assessment that was performed by Boise PPD in 2020, I was interested to see that while calls for service doubled in the past 7 years, there was nothing to indicate what the population growth was during that same time frame, during that same period of time. So where's the context? If you look at the calls for service, they amounted to about 1.8% of the total calls for service citywide. In 2020, there was
Madam
a
Mayor.
breakdown. Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to highlight a little bit of what you just said, Bea. So what you're saying is if there's an increase in calls, that may not necessarily indicate the residents. It could just also be indicating that we have experienced growth in our city overall. Is that what you're?
And even growth of the population in that specific district. What do you compare it to? You know, if it's 100% increase and you had 100% increase in population, you would expect to see some increase.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that.
In 2020, there was a breakdown of the types of calls for service. Most of them were welfare checks and trespassing. With respect to the top 8 crimes, which include murder, theft was top of the list with 158 incidences between 2016 and 2020. Now that's again over a 6-year period, and there were 33 aggravated assaults or battery. What really struck me is when you realize that this area includes not just Interfaith Sanctuary, but also Corpus Christi, Catch, which houses coordinated entry, homeless who do not choose to be in a shelter, but want to use the services, City Light for women and children, and the Boise Rescue Mission just within a few blocks. I think this is pretty remarkable. And if anything this report to me speaks to the outstanding job and coordination between our shelter operators, our nonprofit partners, and our first responders. We have an amazing community and want to keep it that way. For WCA clients, I hope that we see the shelter approved, as it will provide expanded temporary housing options for those who find themselves homeless due to domestic abuse and violence. Thank you for your consideration.
Madam Mayor, just another I just want to thank you so much for your testimony. I think the work that you do, the work that your staff does, I think it's really important for folks to have a real view of this that's not based in fear or misperceptions, but in reality. And thank you for also highlighting where we have a concentrated number of services addressing the needs of the homeless. I think, I don't know that with an intention, it sounds like we have a district, a de facto district where we're serving folks. And so I really appreciate your perspective on all this.
Thank you, Council Member.
Madam Mayor, couple questions. I imagine that you might have a couple more from some other council members as well. First, thank you for what you do in the community. It's very well appreciated by everyone that I've ever talked to. So thank you for your service. I'm going to ask you a couple questions that are a little tough to answer, but I feel like they need to be asked. There's been concerns that have been brought up that the population that might be staying at the proposed shelter would have a negative impact on the women that you serve, and that there might be an increase in crime that's done against those women. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts and perspective, because you're telling us right now that you actually would like to have the shelter here because you think it could potentially be used as a service for some of the people that you work with. And those are kind of two contradicting statements. So I'd love to hear what you have to say about that.
So a couple of points. One is, with the wait list that we have, it would be wonderful if someone trying to leave an abusive home knew that there was a place that they could go in the proposed shelter. There are 96 beds that are going to be allocated for families. They are envisioned to be in a separate wing, to have separate areas where they will have the space to be outdoors, to be able to eat together. That is very different than what I envisioned to be the kind of the old-fashioned shelter, where you basically are in, everybody's in bunk beds, kick you out in the morning, take you back at night. Lots of services, lots of ways to help individuals get on their feet and figure out where they go next. So Interfaith has been a good partner. We look forward to continuing and even enhancing the ability to work together to help the individuals that need it. One of the nuances that maybe a lot of individuals don't understand is that people who are fleeing an abusive relationship, who they're most afraid of is their abuser. They don't want their abuser to find them or be able to control them, but they need to know that they're in a place where they can feel secure. So it's not necessarily from the person on the street that they're afraid of. Who they're afraid of is their abuser.
Thank you. I know that that's a sensitive question to ask. My other question, and you talked about this just a little bit, but we've got a proposed shelter that's talking about serving different segments of populations. We have families, we have folks that are medically fragile, we potentially have single adults. And there's been concerns that have been mentioned about combining those into one space instead of separating those out. I know that you've served on Our Path Home for a long time and you were part of the Shelter Best Task Force. And I would also like to get your feedback on if that is a concern and why or why not.
I guess what I alluded to, which is the division, the separation of the populations in terms of the separate space for the families versus the single individuals. I think that is what makes me personally, and as a member of Our Path Home, makes the committee supportive of this. It is a supportive, more trauma-informed, particularly for those, if you're homeless, you're in trauma no matter what. But to be able to provide that supportive environment as well as the tools and the services to help an individual move out, that really is the goal.
And Madam Mayor, I do have one more question if I could. The last question is just what I've asked from a lot of other folks, and it does have to do with numbers. So one of the things that was in the Shelter Best Task Force recommendations was that there is no best practices for shelter size. It was listed in there, but it doesn't necessarily say that there aren't best practices for the amount of people or the amount of people per square footage or the design of some of those rooms. And I don't know if you have any expertise that you can lend to us as far as if there's information that you know or that you've heard of with best practices regarding people per square footage or any of those types of aspects of shelter design.
I have to say that I am not an expert in terms of square footage per individual. I know that in our shelter, we have a mom and we have folks in a bunk bed, so we can have 3 folks in a room. Some are 6. And I don't know exactly what the square footage is that's designed for that, and then common space. So, and I haven't, in all the information I've seen anything where somebody can say definitively, this is the right size, because you also have to think about what are the services provided. Because to me, it's not just a matter of size. It's a matter of what are the supportive services that are provided to go along with that. And I do believe that having expectations, having an understanding and support of the community around and working together, I feel like a lot of folks are at the table that want to make this work and will work to make this happen.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Oh, Council President, it's Bajent and then Clyde.
Thanks. You talked earlier about the possibility that increases in certain crime numbers were attributable to population increases. We know the population increase would be easy to check that. Did you run those numbers to see if that was true?
I did not know where to find it for exactly what that particular study saw as their area.
Okay.
So I didn't have a way to compare. If you do, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you, B. So my question, in a bit of follow-up to Councilmember Bajent, it sounds to me like the Our Path Home group, and particularly you, are supportive of this primarily because there's going to be some family beds. How would you feel about this shelter if it were only congregate and not family in this location?
I guess I wouldn't know how to answer that at this point because that is not what's on the table. So I don't know that's not the way that Interfaith has operated or what they're proposing. So I would have to say that what I'm supporting is what is on the table right now and what has been proposed, and that's what I feel comfortable addressing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and also for the work that you do on behalf of the people in our community that need it most. I want to follow up on what Councilwoman Halliburton talked about, and I want to seek to understand and make sure that I heard you correctly. So you have expertise in trauma and those who are experiencing trauma, both from the domestic violence side, but also who are seeking homes. And what I heard you say is that trauma enforced, or not trauma enforced, but trauma care doesn't really matter if you've got 2 groups of people who are experiencing that. When we talk about having a women's and domestic violence folks near the proposed site, it's more about the individualization and less about others that are strangers. And I want to just make sure that I understand that, because we've heard that comment over and over again, that this isn't an appropriate compatible location based on some of the other social services that are there. So I want to make sure that I understand, and could you put a finer point on it?
So let me take a shot and see if this is answering your question. When we talk about what are the women living in a domestic violence safe, secure shelter most afraid of, it is not a stranger. It is the person that drove them from their home. It is the psychological, emotional, violence that they met from that person. Does that help?
Yeah, I'm trying to dissect whether this is compatible to that area, because we've heard it so much and it's very emotional. And I wanted to understand from your trauma-informed care expertise if that was something that you would consider being an issue.
unless their abuser is going to also be homeless, I guess, and move in, then that might be a different, but I have no way of knowing that. Yeah. What I do know is that we have 27 women, many of them with young children, on our wait list every month, hoping that they could get in someplace and get out of the abusive household that they're in.
That looks
Madam
like
Mayor,
one more.
just in case the scenario that you proposed were to come to pass, Jody, is there a possibility of communication between the agencies to ensure that there is no harm coming from an abuser being housed at that location? I mean, I don't know what the possibility of that is. I don't know if Jody, if you want to.
Madam Mayor, council members, there is usually a restraining order or something. And the priority is to protect the restraining order. And so we do case conference. Women's and Children's Alliance actually bring their support to the domestic violence that we have within our hotel shelter. We work very closely together. So at any time that there would be risk, there would be flags. So that person would not be able to get into our shelter.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is that it?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, my name is Mim Davidson.
Mim, okay. That is what it is. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. I live at 3422 North Tamarack Drive, and I've lived there for 35 years. The conditional use permit, criteria number 4, says that the proposed use, if it complies with all conditions imposed, will not adversely affect other properties in the vicinity. I ask, are the concerns of the nearby properties really considered? How are conditions monitored? Can a permit be withdrawn if the holder does not comply? Other testimony has laid out an abundance of evidence that the impacts cannot be sufficiently mitigated. It's also important to recognize that the perception of crime and criminal activity is often as negatively impactful to the local businesses and residences as crime itself. My neighborhood's experience with conditional use permits is that once a permit is issued, the holder can revise the plans and disregard the conditions, and the neighbors have no recourse. Ms. Peterson has no plans for working with neighbors' concerns, only asks for our trust. Who will help the neighbors? We see the effect of the IFS on the current area. How can we trust it will be different? We see developers applauding the IFS move from the Cooper Court area as a gift for the new upscale neighborhood they're planning to build in that area. If Interfaith has no adverse impacts, why is it that moving it is so good for the developers? Statistics verify that the IFS has had a negative effect on its current area in Boise. The record clearly shows that similar shelters elsewhere with even stronger requirements still create adverse impacts. This shelter won't meet many recommendations for such shelters. It will have no buffer between it and the homes located between State and Taft. It will share access and parking with neighboring businesses, and those businesses are concerned about their ability to survive the congestion of hundreds more people next door. This permit significantly increases the population in a very small area. Clients, plus staff and providers, will add hundreds of people and dozens of vehicles. The streets north of State are very narrow and have no sidewalks. State and Taft streets are already dangerous. Placing the IFS there will make them deadly. Public safety will be negatively impacted. Police and other emergency services are more available in the current IFS location. A new police station was built. Time. Well, we do need to address homelessness, but this is not the right location.
Thank you. And we have Susan Bond, then Sue Roybal, then Stephanie Day, and then Darcy Horton. And Snap.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Susan Bond. I live at 3011 North Innes Street in Veterans Park. Several months back now, I'm going to have to get this out of my way. Mr. Riddle responded to Commissioner Danley's question regarding concentration of poverty by saying it is not addressed by Boise's code, so is irrelevant to the commission's decision. This is false. Boise's own HUD compliance documents acknowledge that federal fair housing mandates are reflected in Blueprint Boise through goals NAC 7, 8, and 9, including stipulations for fair housing programs and dispersal. Slide, please. While Mr. Riddle did acknowledge the high poverty in our neighborhood, the applicant does not show the same understanding of this pre-existing condition.
Susan, there's a clicker somewhere right there. We're asking that people click their own slides.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right. That was one of the announcements I forgot to make. There's a clicker up here for everybody to use.
Okay, what do I click?
I think there's an arrow maybe. There you go.
Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you. Their interpretation of the overarching concern with concentration of poverty in their letter of explanation was the neighbors simply do not want poor people moving into the neighborhood. This couldn't be farther from the truth. This neighborhood is already impoverished, with approximately 30% of its residents living below the poverty line. Currently, the Veterans Park neighborhood has more low-income housing per square mile than any neighborhood in the city. It hosts an emergency shelter only 300 feet from the old Salvation Army building, and permanent supportive housing, Valor Point, is located across the street just 100 feet away. Also across State Street are the low-income apartments on Wiley Lane, about a block away. Meanwhile, the neighborhood continues to welcome low-income housing on Arthur Street, while other wealthier neighborhoods, the North End, are on record for fighting such projects, which brings me back to the Fair Housing Act. A provision of the Fair Housing Act, referred to as Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing, or AFFH, strives to increase opportunities for housing that do not continue to concentrate or segregate low-income housing in already low-income or racially concentrated areas. AFFH policy requires the siting of low-income housing in neighborhoods of all income levels. The vast majority of people living in homeless shelters are very low income, and therefore the siting of shelter homes in existing low-income neighborhoods is an example of housing segregation. The CUP for the Interfaith Sanctuary to be denied because it violates the AFFH mandate of the Fair Housing Act and is not compliant with the comprehensive plan. It will continue to segregate low-income residents into one part of town, while at the same time it fails to ensure that all neighborhoods across the city share in the responsibility for providing shelter and low-income housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question, but it's actually for staff.
Sure.
And I would normally wait towards the end, but this has come up a couple times, and I just want to make sure that as I'm hearing people's testimony that I'm interpreting it correctly. My interpretation of the Fair Housing Act, or my understanding, is that shelters don't fall underneath Fair Housing Act because they're not considered housing, and that was why Cody in that statement said that that didn't apply, because this wouldn't be considered a concentration of housing because shelter isn't considered housing. Maybe I'm understanding that correctly, but when I read through Cody's comments, I think that that's what Cody was referring to.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that's essentially correct. If you are a shelter guest or accessing a shelter, you're not signing a lease. And that's the heart of whether or not something is considered permanent housing. And that is exactly what, what the Fair Housing Act applies to. So you have that correct.
And I'd say if questions for staff come up throughout the testimony, it's all right to ask them. If the right staff is here, we'll be able to handle it. Otherwise, we'll go onto that list that we get back with tomorrow. So feel free to ask as they come up.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you, Mo, for that clarification. Maureen.
Sue Roybal. And then Stephanie Day, Darcy Horton, Patricia McKernan, and Teresa Cobbler.
Thank you. I'm a single grandma of 3 granddaughters, 14, 12, and 7. I bought a house on Wiley Lane 22 years ago in a rundown neighborhood, a neighborhood that slowly blossomed. The Wiley Lane complex, home to refugees and low income, a few doors down from me, experienced a brutal attack by a 30-year-old homeless man who was taken in by a refugee woman who opened her door to help him. A few days later, she asked him to leave due to his behavior. The following day, he returned out of anger for being kicked out and stabbed 2 4-year-olds, a 6, 8, and 12-year-old, and taking the life of Rua, a 3-year-old whose birthday party he attacked. He also stabbed 4 adults who were trying to protect the children. I went out to the end of my driveway and witnessed a refugee family hurrying away from the apartments when I witnessed one of the children holding his stomach and falling onto the street covered in blood. This is not a feeling. This is a fact. A low barrier homeless shelter in a family neighborhood in an already vulnerable community where the kindness of people is evident is setting up our neighborhood for real, not feeling, real danger. Low barrier shelters requirements for entry are minimal, if any. No ID, no background checks, no criminal checks, no mental checks. Sobriety is not required. Timmy Kinner of Los Angeles had an extensive record involving violent crimes, weapons, and drugs in other states. That wouldn't have been recognized if he went to this shelter. I resent being accused of my fact-based fear being nothing more than a feeling. A low barrier shelter does not belong in a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Day.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you so much for allowing me to come and speak to you for a few minutes tonight. So I kind of wanted to try to speak to some best practices that some of the questions have been popping up around the council tonight. So if we're talking about best practices and potentially some ideas of things that could be done to help mitigate potential issues, because we have to acknowledge it's a large group of people moving into a neighborhood, so there would potentially be some challenges. So having a best practices shelter is the best way that we can potentially mitigate some of those challenges. So first of all, I'd like to talk about the shelter being low barrier and kind of explain what that means, because I think it's a little bit misunderstood. So a shelter being low barrier does not necessarily mean that there are no requirements for someone to enter the shelter, but it does mean that we're removing as many of the barriers as possible to someone being able to live there as we can. So one of those barriers might be being afraid that you're going to lose your possessions. So maybe we need to be able to have a space where you can keep your items with you, potentially having a pet that feels like your family member and not wanting to be in the shelter, preferring to be in your car on the streets because you don't want to be separated from your pet. Potentially at this point, coming into the shelter at 2 or 3 o'clock at night, if you're getting kicked out of your house or you're fleeing domestic violence in the middle of the night. So what we're trying to talk about with low barrier is a shelter that creates ease of access so that people don't have to stay on the streets. And to do that, we would recommend having staff perform intakes at all times. So whenever someone experiences that housing crisis, being able to take them into the shelter, no matter the day of the time of day or night. Not placing limits on the overflow beyond occupancy requirements for the building so that we can accommodate as many people as possible in a safe manner, and having the staff being trained on operational and safety procedures, trauma-informed care, motivational interviewing, and support for emotional regulation. So that would be one suggestion. With regards to belongings, a lot of people keep their belongings in their vehicles. And so We do, as our Path Home and the provider community, support Interfaith's continued regulated policy for vehicles that are up to date and have their registration in their parking spaces, and potentially encouraging Interfaith Sanctuary to work with individuals that if they have a vehicle that's not up to date or registered, to get it into the condition where it could be parked on the property so that people aren't concerned about losing their belongings. Currently, right now, what you see around Interfaith, there are a lot of vehicles around the building, but most of those people are actually living in their vehicles. They are not people that are staying in the shelter system. Having a security plan. So our Path Home, through the task force, which I was also a part of, was asked to do an evaluation of Interfaith's plan. And we do have confidence that Interfaith... Oh, that was very fast.
Time.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Any
Madam Mayor.
questions? Wait, I've had a feeling Councilmember Halliburton had one.
Why did you think that? Of course I do. Questions, Stephanie, thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you do in the community. You've always been a great partner in the nonprofit sector. Some of the conditions that you mentioned, are they outlined somewhere where we can find those that are in the record? Are those part of the Shelter Best Task Force recommendations?
Some of them are part of the Shelter Better Task Force. Some of them were just some research that I did to be better prepared to present to you guys tonight. And that actually city staff have done as well for our Path Home, so they could speak to a lot of what I was going to cover too.
And a couple follow-up questions there. Are there conditions that you didn't get to that aren't outlined in the conditions in the recommendations from the Shelter Best Task Force?
I think the one that I'd like to specifically mention, if it's okay, that you had referenced about the number of people in a building, if that's okay.
Yep.
So there are no best practices that we've been able to find to determine the best number of people to have in a building. However, what's more important than the number of people in the building is making sure that the building is a trauma-informed design. So making sure that we do have family space and adult-only household space physically separated so that they are not coming into contact with one another. Having appropriate staff ratios, that's really the most important component of the whole thing. So no matter how many people you have in the building, making sure that you have enough staff to adequately support the folks that are living there. And we did run across that in daytime programming, there is a best practice established that you'd have at least 50% of the seating, trying to say this the right way, that you'd have the seating available for people in a daytime program would be at least 50% of the number of beds that are in that shelter, so that you could accommodate people that were going to be staying in the building and may not want to have to be in their rooms during the day.
That's helpful. Thank you. I do have a couple of questions that were in the Shelter Best Task Force recommendations. There was something that talked about the proximity or being able to work with our Path Home. What do you call it? The central way, or
the
coordinated entry.
Coordinated entry. There we go. Coordinated entry. And there was something that was referred to for there needs to be a plan to make sure the folks at Interfaith have access to the other systems in that coordinated entry. And so does that mean access to catch, transportation to catch, phone calls to catch, or where our Path Home is, that where the coordinated entry is located? What does that mean?
So all of that coordination happens. So I think what the person was referencing, I think it might have been Katie Decker that brought that up, was if someone goes to the shelter and they're not able to stay there, having a plan to be able to get them to another shelter so that they weren't just having to stay out on the streets that night. Which is actually something that the shelter system does coordinate on currently.
And the follow-up question there is, right now that doesn't really need to happen because of the location where it's at and the proximity to some of the other shelters. And while I think B brought up a great point as far as the advantages of having this close to a location where women who are fleeing domestic violence could come, it doesn't necessarily address the same thing for some of our other large shelters that are in that area. And so I would love to hear your thoughts on how that's mitigated, if that's an issue, and how either that might need to be solved or if it cannot be solved because of the distance it's moving from some of these other areas.
Sure.
Services.
So connection to resources should not be an issue. Currently, the way the system works is everybody kind of comes through coordinated entry and is then connected to whatever housing or social service resource they need. And our team, our coordinated entry teams are mobile. So we have street outreach teams that can go out into the community and do assessments wherever people are. Interfaith has built into their plan office space that we could use if we needed to meet with someone that was staying in the shelter. So currently the way that the system works, the coordinated entry services are pretty mobile, and then we are the ones that connect the clients to all the different housing and social service resources. So that shouldn't be a concern.
I'm going to ask the question maybe just a little bit more explicitly.
Sure.
Are you concerned that this shelter is moving away from the Boise Rescue Mission, and that the folks who may not be able to access one of the shelter or the other are now not going to have a place where they could walk to quickly and easily?
I am not concerned about that. The Boise Rescue Mission will be staying downtown with us. Corpus Christi will be staying downtown. Catch will be staying downtown. We still have a core resource hub down there. So I'm not concerned about anybody potentially missing out on resources in that way or issues with transportation.
Councilmember
Willets, then Clegg.
Hi, Stephanie. Thank
Hi.
you. I have a question as it relates to the security plan. We've heard a lot about that, and we've asked staff to talk about what the Shelter Better Task Force did in regards to evaluation. In advance of that, I'm wondering if we could utilize your expertise and talk about what best practices are in regards to security plan. What sort of things should folks look at when you're evaluating something like that?
Yes. So that was one of my things I didn't get to. Sorry, guys. So the safety plan, best practices would be to not necessarily jump to involving law enforcement all of the time, because a lot of times that's unnecessary. So making sure that the staff at Interfaith Sanctuary are very well trained in how to help people emotionally regulate, how to help de-escalate situations, and help kind of do that mental health first aid, we call it. And Interfaith already has this as a plan. So this is just kind of spelling out what they've already got in place. But having your frontline staff being able to deal with that, this is what would be helpful in the new shelter. If someone is becoming emotionally, like there are behavioral health issues, having a space where they can be separated from the rest of the people in the shelter to be safe, and having enough staff to be able to oversee that person and the rest of the shelter. If they are still escalating, involving mobile crisis, so that we can potentially help with mental health professionals before we're activating police forces. And then that final step would be, if it continues to escalate, creating a process generally with law enforcement to be able to move a guest to an involuntary hospitalization and or the jail, depending on the circumstances.
Madam Mayor. Thanks, Stephanie. Question about the vehicles. You stated that that currently there are vehicles around Interfaith that are not guests. There are folks that are choosing to be unsheltered and living in their vehicles. Do you expect those folks to follow to this neighborhood?
I do not expect those folks to follow to this neighborhood. Our street outreach team works very closely with everybody in that corridor, and we are not hearing from anyone. They mostly access services at Corpus Christi, and Corpus is not moving. So none of them are expressing that they're going to be seeking services from Interfaith Sanctuary.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Mayor, I do have one follow-up question to Councilmember Wilt's question. To make sure that I understand it correctly, what you're saying is that there's a large percentage of calls to the police that are what we would consider welfare checks, and that you're saying that you think that there's training that could be done that would make it so that police wouldn't be burdened with welfare checks, and some of those things could be solved by who?
So frontline staff, if they're trained well, and then mobile crisis is through health and welfare. It's a behavioral health crisis unit. So they'll come out and they'll do like actual mental health triage. And then if it can't be resolved with the mobile crisis team, and usually a police officer goes out with mobile crisis, but the mobile crisis team is the one doing the work. And then if the police need to get involved for a mental health hold or moving someone to jail, they'll do that at that point in time.
Okay.
Madam Mayor. Thank you, Stephanie. We've had a couple of folks bring up the really horrific situation with Timmy Kenner a few years ago. And as was shared, that individual was shown grace by a member of the community with the best of intentions. I think that's been brought up in reference to interfaith being located in this residential area, and something like that, the likelihood of something like that increasing. The way you're describing a low barrier shelter, what would have to be in place to ensure something like that would not happen?
Yeah, that's a great question. I can tell you, like, there's nothing anybody on the whole planet can do to ensure that nothing bad ever happens. So, like, I can't ever guarantee that 100% nothing's ever going to happen again. But I will say that was a very rare circumstance. There have been many more murders around town than there have been within the homeless community, but that is kind of pulled out as the one example. And I totally get the trauma that that neighborhood experienced and how terrible that one incident was. But I've been working in the Treasure Valley on homelessness issues for 20 years, and I've not seen that ever happen before. That was the only time. I personally ran 2 shelters that were entirely in for the Salvation Army, north end of Boise, and a 100% residential area in Nampa, and never had any issues with neighbors except for supposedly one of our children stole a basket of Halloween candy that was left out unattended. But that was like the only issue we ever had. So I will say, like, I don't know that you can ever guarantee 100% that nothing's ever going to happen, because I don't think you could really say that about anything, even your neighbor moving into the house beside you buying the house. But I think that we can vet lots of potential mental health situations, things like that. And if you have concerns about the people that are going to be living in the shelter, potentially consider adding that into conditions for the shelter. I don't believe that there's no way to mitigate the risks to the neighborhood. I believe that we can work on this together.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Stephanie, you mentioned that you didn't have those issues at the shelters that you ran. Could you tell us how big those shelters were and what were the barriers to entry at those?
Yeah, so the one here in Boise was, oh gosh, it's been so many years. It was probably close to 40 rooms, which would have been times 3-ish, 120 people. And then the one in Nampa was 16 rooms, and there were usually about 4 people in each room. So what's 16 times 4? 64. There you go. Sorry, I'm a social worker. So with those shelters, basically all we did was they had to provide verification of homelessness. So family member that's saying that they're experiencing homelessness, whatever. And then we did just do like a background check through the repository. And that was the extent of what we did. Unless someone had like a very recent, violent offense, we didn't really screen anybody out for criminal history. And so that was kind of the criteria we used.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I just have a question, actually. We've talked about different populations within the proposed shelter. And then in the context of a security plan, are there different things that you would look to in the research that you've done in your experience as best practice inclusions in a security plan, in an operations plan based on the population that's being served?
Your best bet, which I kind of referenced before, is your staffing ratios. You just want to make sure that you have enough staff to handle the level of needs that the clients have. So generally on your family side, you're probably going to need like 2 staff per 60 people. But you're on your single individual side, you may need some more staff to provide appropriate staffing. So you really want to tailor the level of staffing that you have to the level of needs that the clients that are staying in that space of the shelter have. And again, provide like a separate space for if someone does have a mental health crisis or something like that, they're still able to be safe and everyone else is able to be safe as well. You can kind of separate them out for specific situations like that.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Darcy Horton. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Darcy Horton. I recently sold my house on Arthur Street, which is 0.8 of a mile away from the IFS site due to security concerns. The application should not be approved because the proposed use lacks substantial conformance with existing and planned uses in the general neighborhood. And it does not support the adopted plans for revitalizing the corridor via policy EC 4.2. It also does not support the policies in the Boise City Plan that are in place to protect the economic interest and investment-backed expectations of existing businesses. Specifically, since the early 2000s, the city of Boise, along with multiple government agencies, have invested significant public funds and staff resources into numerous planning efforts for redevelopment of the entire State Street corridor. These plans are in accordance with policy EC 4.2 in the Boise City Comprehensive Plan, which seeks to revitalize commercial corridors. The most recently adopted plan, called State Street Corridor Transit-Oriented Development, begins with an introduction about the future desired elements for this corridor, including respecting adjacent neighborhoods. This plan includes extensive written material and design sketches for various mixed-use development concepts. It lists retail, multifamily, office, and institutional uses, with institutional being defined by the Boise Code as educational use for the types of land use that will make this plan successful. Over the years, all of the plans that have been adopted for this corridor do not include social services and shelter homes as types of uses. This provides evidence in the record that this type of use for this location is not compatible and is not the long-range intent plan for this area. Plainly stated, this is not a compatible location if the city truly wants its longstanding plans for the State Street corridor to be successful. A revitalization of this corridor requires the commission to not depart from the longstanding precedent for locating social services downtown per the comprehensive plan's policies. The commission needs to exercise discipline in sticking with the types of allowed uses for general commercial C2 zoning that are highly compatible with the surrounding character of residential development and have a positive effect on the value of other nearby properties, rather than attempting to condition a use that is not in harmony with the general neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia McKernan. And then Teresa Cobbler. There was a cobbler yesterday, but different cobbler, but it's right, okay.
Madam Mayor, City Council.
Welcome.
Patricia McKernan. I live in a senior graduated income apartment in Eagle, Idaho. Boise has gone from one of the most livable cities to one of the most unaffordable cities. Rents and housing prices are increasing exponentially, and people are being forced into the streets and or into their cars through no fault of their own. Wages have not kept up with the price of housing, and affordable housing, what there is of it, has very long waiting lists. Interfaith Sanctuary is needed more than ever. They are not just a warehouse for people. They provide programming that includes schooling, case management, mental health counseling. In other words, everything they can possibly do to get people back on their feet and into their own homes. After listening to all of the planning and zoning meetings, it seemed as though all of those testifying against the move to State Street weren't listening. They said parking would be inadequate. It was addressed in detail. They said it would be noisy. State Street is very noisy, but the building is actually a buffer for the neighborhood, and there will be a fence separating the neighborhood from Sanctuary. The traffic in and out of there will likely be less than before, since it will no longer be a retail store. They continue to talk about security, even though a security plan was not a requirement for the application. The police and fire departments both testified and did not express any major concerns. Yes, things will change and the new location, but life is not static. It changes constantly, and we need to adapt or be like Sisyphus and roll the boulder up the hill for the rest of our lives. The remodeled facility will look ever so much better than it currently does, and will be able to provide even better services to more people in need. What keeps going through my mind is, what if? What if the sanctuary application does not get approved and their current landlord won't let them stay any longer? If the newly proposed zoning law goes into effect, finding a place for a homeless shelter will be even more difficult than it already is. While many people are saying this is absolutely not the answer, They don't seem to have any better plan to submit. It seems that civility and compassion are in short supply these days. So many people are too quick to point fingers and complain instead of trying to stand in the other person's shoes for a moment and think about, there but for the grace of God go I. No matter where Sanctuary wanted to move, the same "not in my backyard" cries would be heard. Interfaith Sanctuary is sorely needed, and I implore you to vote yes for Interfaith Sanctuary and for the human beings who benefit from their myriad of services. Thank you for listening.
Teresa. Then we've got Kathy, Perez, Aaron Sheridan, Ethan Mansfield, Nicole Mort.
Thank you guys for listening to me. Hi, I'm Teresa Cobbler. I'm in Veterans Park neighborhood. I have lived in this area off and on since 1989. I have helped out people that were going to be homeless 5 to 6 times, averaging in a month to 6 months. I have helped a couple budget their finances to live on their own for the last couple years. I also took in the IFS guest. I met him off of Next Door Neighbor where he asked for some help. I met him and decided to let him move in to get him back on his feet. I have done this many times. I have no problem helping people, but I share all this to let you know that I think sharing my own home with someone who has been homeless has a lot lower impact on me and my neighbors than the proposal to put a whole shelter for 205 people into the Salvation Army building would. The Salvation Army was a retail store and warehouse. It never houses people out of that site. There was a men's drug and alcohol program, but it was housed across the street where the women's shelter is now. Both the alcohol and drug residential treatment shelter and the women's shelter were approved for one number of residents, but then have grown without having any additional neighborhood hearings. What is going to stop IFS from doing the same thing? They are currently asking for 205 beds, and that's too small. They're already over that. And what's going to stop them from increasing without another hearing? Interfaith always tries to frame the neighbors and uncaring and discriminating against the homeless, but I think we are just drawing the line between how we all help and interact with people who have the trauma of homelessness on an individual level, and the difference of impact to having a whole facility in a residential neighborhood. I am requesting you to please uphold the planning and zoning denial of the CUP. I am disabled with migraines. If that goes through, I will have to sell my house because I can't hardly handle the dogs that are there now. So it really is very important to me, and I do help homeless. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council.
Kathy.
I'm Kathy Perez. I'm a resident of the Collister neighborhood. I live about a half mile from there. Most of the points I was going to address have already been discussed. So I would just like to state again that this area has shown a willingness to help. There are 3 shelters in the neighborhood. We have shown a willingness to be compassionate and to help. Perhaps the developers that are coming in here and building expensive apartments all over town need to pay into a fund perhaps that would then fund smaller shelters and distribute them around town, not concentrate that in one area. The city, the entire city needs to participate in this. If they were to do that, then all of the financial burden wouldn't be put on entities like IFS, and it would be a better way to help people in need. The one point that I did want to make was that my brother-in-law was a director of a shelter in San Francisco for well over 20 years, has extensive experience with this. And he said there was a significant impact on the surrounding area when that shelter went in, and assures me that there will be a significant impact on our neighborhood if this goes in. I urge you to follow the recommendations of planning and zoning. And, it's not that we in this area are not willing to help, because that's just simply not true.
Thank you, Kathy. Aaron Sheridan. And then Ethan.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. In the United States, April is National Fair Housing Month. The Federal Fair Housing Act affirms that people have the freedom to choose where they live, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, national origin, familial, or disability status. Governments are subject to the Fair Housing Act in their land use decisions, and homeless shelters are also considered protected dwellings under the law. The city should know this, considering that a sitting council member was initially named and later granted immunity in a Fair Housing Act lawsuit the city lost regarding the closure of a homeless shelter, and that you are sitting here charged with making a land use decision. There is precedent for this in Idaho. Cities and counties lost Fair Housing Act complaints in Community House versus City of Boise, Turning Point versus Caldwell, and Alomar Ranch versus Boise County, all of which revolved around facilities that shelter protected classes. A low barrier homeless shelter serves a variety of community members, including families with children, people with disabilities, people of different races, sexual orientations and gender identities, single men and women, and people of different religions and nationalities. As Veterans Park has emphasized, some of the people Interfaith Sanctuary serves also struggle with mental health and addiction. Under federal fair housing law, people with mental illness have disabled status. So do people recovering from addiction. The Fair Housing Act prohibits the steering of these people to or from any given area. Just over a year ago, Mayor McLean issued a Fair Housing Act Month proclamation in which she declared the importance of affirming local, state, and federal fair housing law. I have a copy of that right here, and I would like to read from it. Whereas April 11th, 2021 marks the 53rd anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, and the state of Idaho created the Idaho Human Rights Commission Act, which has prohibited housing discrimination since 1969. And the city of Boise adopted a non-discrimination ordinance in 2012, which supplements the state and federal civil rights laws by prohibiting housing discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. And the city of Boise believes that an inclusive community produces a livable community, and that housing is a critical component of family and community health and stability. And every citizen has a right to live where they choose without fear of discrimination, regardless of race, color, religion, gender, disability, familial status, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. And ongoing education, outreach, and monitoring are key to raising awareness of fair housing principles, practices, rights, and responsibilities. And barriers to fair housing will only be eradicated through broad-based and consistent cooperation, commitment, and support. Now, therefore, I, Lauren McLean, Mayor of the City of Boise, do hereby proclaim April 2021 as Fair Housing Month. And I'll add, because I forgot to mention, that I'm an employee of Interfaith Sanctuary. Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Question for you. If you don't know the answer, that's okay. Because I asked the question from staff a little bit earlier. I'm trying to figure out where shelters fall underneath the Fair Housing Act. My understanding is that it's a little bit different because we're not actually talking about housing, but we're talking about temporary shelters, similar to like a motel or something like that. I don't know if you have any expertise that you can offer.
I'm not a lawyer, but I would recommend that you reach out to the Intermountain Fair Housing Council or Idaho Legal Aid. One of the attorneys who won Community House versus the City of Boise is sitting right there and could possibly answer this question. However, they will tell you the same thing that I've said. I pulled a lot of this testimony from their websites.
Great, thank you. I'll ask that. Thank you.
Ethan. Then we've got Nicole Mort, Aaron Roos Sullivan, and Ann D. Scoggin.
It's Ethan Mansfield, 4409 West Albion Street in Boise. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. I really appreciated Council President Clegg's comments on opening day about the risks associated with letting technical experts dictate how we design our cities. Letting civil engineers design our road network, for example, with no public input can certainly lead to suboptimal outcomes. In this case, though, I think it's important to recognize that it's not just technical experts, police and fire departments, for example, weighing in and saying it will be okay with mitigating conditions. Faith leaders, social service providers, and people who have experienced homelessness themselves are all in support of this project. Our Path Homes governing body unanimously supports this project. To use the roadway analogy, listening to these folks would be like designing an intersection with support from ACHD's Bicycle Advisory Committee, the Idaho Walk Bike Alliance, and other user groups. This should also not diminish the importance of a civil engineer to confirm that the intersection is, in the end, safe and functional. And that's what the conditions of CUP 2126 do. They ensure the proposal is safe and functional. Next, I'd like to share a story from my morning commute. I live on the bench and bike down the hill past the depot into one of my very favorite neighborhoods in Boise, the Lusk District. This district is home to 132 households that were a waitlist name away from experiencing homelessness. Most earn less than 50% AMI, area median income. Across the street, a row of probably the coolest businesses and nonprofits in Boise sling beers, roast coffee, fabricate signs, draw landscape plans, and build bikes for children who might not have the opportunities that we do. Thank you, Councilmember Halliburton. BSU students walk and bike from their new apartments through the neighborhood to get to their morning classes. Residents of Capitol Campus relax on their front porches before starting their day. Everyone seems happy. Based on the fact that 2 more large apartment projects have just been approved within blocks of where I walk, people like this neighborhood. It is impossible to say what the Lusk District would have looked like without Capitol Campus. But I think it's also fair to say that the diversity of incomes, backgrounds, and experiences that have converged in this area create a fusion of very desirable activity. This is what makes a city a city. I don't think anyone is arguing that the shelter will not change the surrounding neighborhood in some way. But that's what cities do. They change. Upholding this appeal will not destroy these neighborhoods. It will make them different, just as every development since the construction of the O'Farrell cabin has made this city different. This will be a big change, but what we're hearing from city staff across all departments is that generally the anticipated impacts can be mitigated to comply with the conditional use findings. Is our city okay with denying shelter to individuals and families experiencing homelessness because we don't have omniscient clarity of the specific impacts? To uphold this appeal is almost literally to actionize the city's "A Home for Everyone" mission statement. The city of Boise is committed to doing everything we can to ensure that there is a place to live for every resident at every budget. Thank you.
Nicole Mort.
Hello, my name is Nicole Morton. I live in the Veterans Park neighborhood.
Welcome.
Thank you. Central to Interfaith Sanctuary's request to appeal the denial by the Planning and Zoning Commission is the SEPTED report by the Boise Police Department. According to their document, the goal of the SEPTED is to reduce opportunities for crime that may be inherent in the design of structures or in the design of neighborhoods. Additionally, it states, quote, a SEPTED assessment starts with an analysis of the criminal activity in the area. This assessment also reviewed calls for fire, emergency medical services, and emergency medical service. The analysis initially looks at a 5-year history of recorded calls for police services, but additional data was added in some categories. Since some crime goes unreported or undetected, crime and other disorder is also assessed through observations and interviews of users of the area. End quote. The SEPTED, particular to the Shoreline Urban Renewal District, was generated after a meeting around June or July of 2020 between Derek O'Neill, Tom Rebholz, Allison Tate, and Chief Lee. While it could not be directly requested by the developers, it was done at their behest according to public records. In this specific report, Interfaith Sanctuary is referenced directly as an organization 9 times. Their address at 1620 River Street is at or near the top of the list of calls of service throughout the document. So while there has been debate on whether or not the SEPTED report is applicable to the relocation, it clearly provides pertinent data on anticipated calls for service load. On Monday, Fire Chief Niemeyer stated that already this year there have been over 125 calls to Interfaith Sanctuary. To date, there have only been 108 days in the calendar year, leading us to believe that Interfaith Sanctuary has required on average more than 1 call per day directly to their shelter, directly by the fire department, a higher rate even than any year reported in the SEPTED. This does not account for the surrounding area or the EMS and police calls, but does demonstrate the impact they will have on public services. I will close with 2 quotes. First, from BPD's written agency comments for this project. Quote, currently BPD engages with Interfaith Sanctuary leadership and staff to minimize the impact on police resources and surrounding community while maintaining a safe environment for those who work, visit, or live within proximity to the shelter, end quote. Second, from the SEPTED report summarizing interviews with 18 individuals connected to the assessment area. Quote, while some reported feeling safe in their businesses and around the area, most others reported feeling unsafe, end quote. Again, this illustrates that this application lacks demonstrated assurances that we have a proven roadmap to mitigating the impacts to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron? Oh, all right. Well, thanks for being here with us this evening. Andy?
Mayor and members of the City Council, hi again. I'm Andy Scoggin, President of the Board of Directors for the Interfaith Sanctuary. First, I want to respond to Councilmember Willett's question yesterday as to whether Interfaith will be able to continue in existence as a homeless shelter and services provider if this application is denied. The short and unfortunate answer is no. Without a building, and we have under 11 months left on our current lease, we have no other place to move. And as we've mentioned already, years of searching have confirmed that this building is our last best hope. Now, on my main topic, I must speak plainly. We have seen hundreds of data points, numbers, and supposed national best practices presented to the P&Z and out of this body by the opposition. However, not even the most basic level of scrutiny was applied by the commissioners to any of the data that was presented by the opposition in their campaign to keep poor people out of their neighborhoods, out of their parks, and out of their schools. The facts were accepted as absolute truth, but a decision impacting many hundreds of lives of vulnerable citizens cannot be based on the awe inspired by the sheer volume of unsubstantiated facts presented by an interested party. It must be reviewed. It is our hope that you, with staff, will undertake such a review before simply accepting that data as the basis for your decision, a mistake the P&Z unfortunately committed. We have investigated many of the facts, and we have found them to be riddled with inaccuracies, faulty conclusions, false context, unfair generalizations that smear entire groups of people, and outright misstatements. Like a magic trick that's impressive until its secrets are revealed, their presentations become much less impressive when you realize that it's built upon a foundation of inaccuracies and falsehoods. Here are a few items that would give you a sense of the problem. First, they've asserted that property values plummeted after the introduction of a Salt Lake City men's shelter. A simple search of Zillow shows exactly the opposite, and a quick call to the Salt Lake City Assessor's Office, which we've recorded with their permission, confirmed that the neighborhood opponents either intentionally falsified that number or that as untrained amateurs with a predetermined outcome in mind, they simply misread the most basic of information to fit the outcome that they desired. Similarly, one of the first shelters they cited in their argument on square footage as having well over 200 square feet per guest on one of the properties in another state, by a quick search of public records, is shown to have only 118 square feet per guest. And that's just one of multiple apparent misstatements of square footage in shelters that they reference. And they have understandably repeatedly understated our proposed square footage of more than 192 square feet per guest. Thirdly, the numbers and types of emergency calls to the shoreline area, especially those attributed to Interfaith Sanctuary that they've reported in the public record in case after case, cannot be reconciled by any leap of logic with what has been provided to us over the past several weeks when we made public inquiries into public safety agencies to verify the neighborhood's claims. Fourth, just yesterday, one of their representatives made the wholly unsubstantiated allegation at this very microphone that the architect of record for our project owns property in the area where Interfaith Sanctuary currently exists and is acting with an economic conflict of interest in this transaction. It's absolutely not true. And it was stated in order to impugn his character and undermine his credibility, as has been done with respect to our executive director, members of our staff, and others during this and other processes. It's been suggested that these, sorry, our time is up. I ask you to certainly scrutinize these facts. Thank you.
Thank you.
One question for Mr. Scoggin.
Yes.
I guess at the end of the day, bottom line is your contention that with the right facts and data, we would conclude that this proposed use will have no adverse impact on surrounding property.
I would say that not just my conclusion, but the conclusion of those who have, who are your real experts. Real experts have found that and have recommended that to you.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go first. So I want to put a finer point on this, and you've provided clarity, but I want maybe just a little bit more. There are no contingency plans. There are plans to close up shop if this is denied.
We have no other building. We have no other place to house these incredibly needy people or people with great need. We have searched. We have heard many people here say, well, we ought to go someplace else. We're yet to see anybody, forward us. Here's the property, and we found it, and we've been able to identify that it will meet all the requirements and zoning, fit into one of the seat classes, which are very limited. They don't exist. So we would love to have another option. We would have loved to have done this all before we ever moved into the steps that we're at. We can't find it. If the city can find it, and we worked with the city, if one of these good neighborhood representatives can provide us with that property that will fit the needs of the people of the city that this city council is concerned about, that we're concerned about, that so many are concerned about, we'll look at it. We can't find it. We looked at dozens and dozens of properties of the size that we need. And now that's 2 years ago. Prices have, skyrocketed since then. And we were looking at many places looking at $15 to $20 million. We can't raise that money. And even then they didn't fit the zoning criteria. We don't have another plan. We would love to have another plan. If someone can provide us another plan, we'd look at it. Right now, the stark reality that faces us is if this doesn't happen, we don't see another direction as a board to be able to fulfill this incredibly important mission.
And then one more follow-up, Mayor. And I want to make sure that I understand this correctly. What I heard is that your current landlord will allow the Interfaith Sanctuary to stay at the current location while the remodel happens, because it'll take like 18 months, maybe 2 years.
So what I've been told, and I have stayed out of and abstained from those interactions because I'm familiar with that owner personally. So I have not been in any of those discussions, but what our executive director and members of the board who have been involved with that have said is specifically that they gave us as of March. So now we're about moving to 10 months more on a lease, that if there is a clear plan that allows us to be able to complete this remodel, that they would exercise flexibility. Probably our lease payment would go up. I think that's what I've heard, but that we would be able to work with them because there is a clear plan. But there's not an indefinite ability for someone who bought a commercial property to simply leave it, unable to develop. So I would say that there is some flexibility. I think it's probably fairly limited.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, this is actually a question for Josh.
You want me to step down now?
No, actually stay
Okay,
because
I'll wait.
Please stay.
Yes, please.
Josh, I just want to clarify, regardless of what may or may not be the impact on interfaith, if we were to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the planning and zoning, our job is not to rule based on what their situation is. Our job is to rule based on our code and the criteria in our code on conditional use permits. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, absolutely. There are criteria and code for approval of a conditional use permit and your evaluation of the appeal before you. And those are the criteria that you should evaluate this under, not what the future of Interfaith Sanctuary is.
Thank you. We've heard repeatedly from folks that we need to just do this because there's no other option. But as I read my law, I don't have that choice. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, first, Council Member Clegg, thank you for bringing it up. I think that's really, really important. It is such an emotional decision and everyone has emotions all over the place. And when you hear things like there's no other plan, it's easy to get tied to that emotion, but that's not what we're here to do. We're looking at something based off of code and we're actually looking at something as an appeal. So that's really where we need to make sure that we're focusing our attention. Something that was brought up earlier today was accountability and the conditions that are in place and what really does tie interfaith to being accountable to any of the conditions that were presented. And so there was even questions that were about like what keeps them from expanding the amount of beds and stuff in the future. I'm trying to understand what assurance we can get from Interfaith in these conditions that you will be accountable if they were in place, and how does the community have that sort of confidence?
Thank you, Councilmember Halliburton, Mayor McLean. We can only say we'll do it. You have the enforcement ability over and above that to be able to enforce.
I'm going to ask that people not react. We've been great this week at being respectful. So let's keep at our really good record so far. Go ahead.
Thank you. And the reason I say that is because if I'm sitting in your seat, you could say, well, you say that until you're in, and then what do we do? So it will be in writing. It's very clear to me that any approval, if given, will be very clearly conditioned and will be very explicitly conditioned. And all those in the city, in the neighborhood and elsewhere will be incredibly aware of that as well. We will take it, as the highest level of commitment to fulfill all those conditions. The most important thing for us is to be able to take care of people. And the most important piece of that is that they have a peaceful, calm, and appropriate place for them to be. And having any sort of conflict within that area would be terrible, not only to the neighbors who we value, but to the people inside the shelter equally. It is really important that we be able to establish a place. Right now, we're in a difficult area because we do have a lot of. We have
Madam Mayor, I've got a follow-up question, and you've answered the question enough for the first part. We don't know how this conversation is going to end at this point. We know that one possible ending is that there are conditions that are here and potentially additional conditions that could be put. That's one possible way that this conversation could end. Is Interfaith going to be open to additional conditions that are placed to address some of the concerns, if that's even possible?
In a word, yes.
Is Interfaith, if we looked at numbers and there was data or there's information that told us that there needed to be a different amount of max capacity, is that something that Interfaith would be able to consider?
We would consider, of course we would, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. We're any further questions for Andy? I've just got one. I mean, I don't know if I'm in play here or not, but I've been, have followed this all along. And one of the questions that I find though, that all of us have had like a through line in questions is if not the best practices that have been referred to by folks that are presenting them to us, then what best practices? So often in an appeal for, it was proposed that this is just a straight up development decision. But for example, often in an appeal in a straight up development decision, the representative of the developer will come with proposed conditions to help guide a council. This was my experience as a council member, to help guide the council in seeking the right conditions that ought to be included in a security report, for instance. But we're asking our staff and others for those recommendations, and then arguing about the timing of when that should have been asked or requested, rather than hearing that. And then also, there have been questions about best practices for square footage, for the number of folks, for the separation, and I feel as though those are the answers that it would be really valuable to hear in rebuttal or in further kind of representatives of IFS in your testimony, to help. If I was a council member, I'd need those to help me wade through the decisions and the conditions that might be considered moving forward. So just a bit of feedback.
Thank you. And can I just respond briefly that we understand, this is a very rapidly moving process, and you're going to hear, so I won't speak to it, to the security plans, but those exist, and we've tried to speak with law enforcement after the last one, and we're told, police department said, city said, we can't talk to you and go through your 40+ page security plan. We're not allowed to. We understand those are regulations, but we can't address these issues because there's so many.
With the council, there's
Sure.
much more
Yeah,
flexibility.
right.
This,
So
this
we'll
is the
address it
time.
tonight.
Great,
Thank you.
thanks. All right, and with that, we're going to start on page 2 after we break for dinner. It's just 6 o'clock now. Carrie Wepner, you're up first. And then it looks like Hawk Stone, Jerry Sturgill, Michael Garris, Teresa Legowski, Chad Ritzer, and Steve Corzine will be the first bunch that we go through. So if you're on the second sheet, you've got a little longer dinner if you'd like to take a slightly longer break. All right, thank you, everybody. Well, welcome back, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started. Carrie, you're up. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Carrie Wepner, and I am currently the Vice President of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. It's kind of funny, the timing here, that I'm following the previous speaker because it's kind of following in a logical order. Because I helped compile the research that has been presented by the neighborhood. I helped create the maps and graphs of police data for downtown Boise and the low barrier shelters in Salt Lake. The Veterans Park President, Katie Decker, and I, we both have professions that require scientific research and data analysis. And we worked with many talented and qualified neighbors to compile this research. We know how to do research. We know how to objectively analyze data. We know the difference between a peer-reviewed paper and an online opinion blog. We are not experts in homelessness, but we can recognize credible evidence. And for your reference, I think Councilmember Halliburton has been asking for this. We did provide all of these papers and citations, and they are located in the supporting materials and literature review as part of the record. And just to retaliate regarding the previous testimony that we just got, we never said that Mr. Ersted was a property owner in the 17th Street reinvestment area. Actually, I have it right here. It was a meeting, it was a stakeholder meeting dated April 6, 2021, when the group he was discussing, the URD of Shoreline Urban Renewal Area, they discussed how the shelters leaving was coming at a good time. Okay, so for clarification, we did not call him a landowner. There were other things that the previous testifier pointed out that may be inconsistent in the record, and we would encourage you to discuss that with Katie Decker, because many of that information was presented at the Shelter Better Task Force. Okay, do I have any time left? Not really, but I'll just continue on with what I was planning on saying. I've talked to a lot of people that is maybe not being conveyed in this record. Many first responders, many academic experts, many people who work directly with this population, and they all express concerns about moving this into a residential neighborhood. I've spoken to people who have experienced homelessness. I've spoken to people who are now stably housed, and they have been guests at Interfaith, and they have concerns about relocating this to a residential area. There's no question that we need emergency shelter. There's no question. However, that should not supersede good zoning. I urge you to uphold the decision made by the commissioners. You all appointed and confirmed them because they are experts in what they do.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Hawk. And Jerry Sturgill, Michael Garris, Teresa Lugoski.
Hello, Hawkstone, Catalpa Drive. Thank you all for your service and your stamina, and for giving us all of us the opportunity, pro or con, to speak. So our neighborhood is a great supporter of recovery. We have the Samaritan Home, Valor Point, the Women's Shelter. I'd be happy for IFS to be a part of that. For me personally, and for many of my neighbors, we would welcome a moderately sized and properly targeted shelter to our neighborhood. The problem with this proposal is that it's neither of those things. It's too big, and it accepts the wrong demographics for a neighborhood shelter. Yesterday, IFS Executive Director talked about their hotel project for seniors, families with children, and the medically fragile. If those were the clientele of the shelter, I don't think we'd be here today. There would have been limited opposition, and the project would probably already be built. But that isn't the proposal. So even though we have nothing to fear from the vast majority of Interfaith's guests, it's not unreasonable that we be concerned about a likely increase in panhandling, loitering, and substance abuse in the neighborhood. Those are quality of life issues for us. My 12-year-old likes to cycle down to Cafina. Will I let him cycle past IFS? I don't know. Not if it looks like River Street. If the shelter's going to welcome the riskiest demographics among the homeless, then it needs to be properly buffered from the neighborhood, and this proposal is not. This section of State Street is already blighted with crumbling parking lots, auto-dependent businesses, a strip club. Many of us were excited to see the plans to redevelop Collister Center with apartments, transit, and retail. A large homeless shelter is not going to help with the rejuvenation of this corner of Boise. And think about the current businesses: Cafina, Corona Village, Flying Pie, Burger and Brew. We like those places. They're part of the neighborhood. But if visiting involves running a gauntlet of panhandlers, then the reality is we won't visit, and that business will suffer. If you do approve the shelter, please consider putting a binding number on the limit on the number and type of guests. I want IFS to succeed. I'm happy for them to be part of my neighborhood. If we can set appropriate conditions, then we can reduce long-term conflict. Getting the details of the shelter right now will ensure its long-term success. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Sturgill.
Madam Mayor, council members.
Jerry, will you lift the mics, please?
Oh, yes.
Thanks.
My name's Jerry Sturgill. I'm a member of the board. I'm the vice president of the Interfaith Sanctuary board. And in part of my career, I was the CEO of a security company that was responsible for protecting our staff, our customers, and assets in locations throughout the United States. So I have some familiarity with security. I would also say that I'm here to talk about the security plan. Now, I have 3 points I'd like to make quickly. First of all, there's been some conflation of a couple of topics, a couple of concepts within the term security plan. Our security policies and protocols, first of all, protect our guests, some of whom, when unhoused, are themselves victims of abuse or criminal activity. So that's the first important and internal part of all the planning and protocols that we develop, which is to protect against the risks that may be internal to our facilities. The second thing is dealing with issues. The second thing that's included in this term as it's been used is a concern about public safety. And for that, we coordinate effectively and have in the past and will continue to do so with police, fire, and other agencies to deal with external risks. So the difference is grand between internal and external risks. I would say that the Interfaith Sanctuary has always had a security plan, certainly a security plan that covers the internal risks and protects our guests, our staff, and our volunteers and property that comes within the confines of our facility. We have always coordinated for public safety for the external aspects with the proper agencies, including police and fire. Those things have always existed and have included the best advice that we have been able to receive. And in the years that I have been involved with the Interfaith Sanctuary, we've been fortunate to have the help of local experts who have national and international experience with security issues. They include Bryce Sloan, who's the CEO of Sloan Security Group, and Peter Ashwin, who is an international expert who's been involved in security planning and development of designs, including CPTED designs for events and facilities around the world, including 6 Olympic Games. So with their help, I would tell you we have a highly developed plan, and we would migrate our planning. This is the front part of what is currently a working document for the security planning associated with our new facility. As Andy said earlier, it's about 42 pages long and will probably be longer by the time we're done. But I would just submit to you that that planning has always been underway. And the things that we have applied and learned in our current facility will go with us to the new facility.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yep, go ahead.
Thanks for that, especially the concepts at the beginning. Because I think there has been some confusion about terms.
Yeah.
Internal risks, external risks, and there's sort of a ranking of priority there. And I think some of the conversation has assumed that the function of the security plan, to put it crudely, would be to protect the neighborhood. And that's not what I just heard. What I heard is primarily the security plan is to protect our guests, our property from internal risks at the event in Mr. Ashwin's case, or the operation here.
Sure.
And then secondly, protect, you talk about external risks. Like, is that plan there? What are the external risks? Are they risks from the neighborhood to the interfaith guests? Are they risks to the neighborhood? Like, what is it? What are the external risks?
Well, the external risks would be, for example, situations that we become aware of that are immediately within our vicinity that we have knowledge of because they come to our knowledge. They come within our ability to have communication with the police, for example, or with fire.
Risks to whom?
To our guests, first of all, but also to the community at large.
So I would take it, I think.
And by the way, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
I forgot to say Councilmember Badgett and Madam Mayor. But the point is simply this, that there is no ranking of priority. It's a matter of differentiating between what we can control and that over which we have no jurisdiction or control. But I would just tell you that given our experience in the current facility, we manage both and have done so obviously in collaboration with the proper agencies, police and fire. I hope that answers your question.
It's really helpful. You almost, I guess my last question is like, would it be fair to you if I said this gentleman's concern was that we were thinking about the security plan in the wrong way and that we were conflating the security plan with mitigating risks to the neighborhood? That wasn't its function, and we should talk about those things separately.
I think they need to be talked about together because we are part of the neighborhood. In this location and in the future location, we would be part of a neighborhood.
No, I didn't mean that. I meant is like, I think even in my own mind, I think I gave the security plan more weight than it sounds like you think I should in terms of this conditional use test for mitigating potential harms to the neighborhood. And I think what I just heard is like, don't put it all in the security plan. There's more to it than that.
Councilmember Badgett, Madam Mayor, I think that's a fair statement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I do have another question. Yep. So what you said earlier is that you have learned things from your current location that you would be able to change at your future location to address some of those issues. Did I get that correct?
Councilmember Halliburton, Madam Mayor, yes, that would be correct. That would be correct because the new location calls for additional enhanced measures. I mean, security planning and security protocols evolve with experience and time. I would just tell you that this particular facility and the programming that occurs within it by itself mitigate risk. We will be able to do more in our new facility, if approved, to mitigate risk, both external and internal.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, following up there. So the design of the building itself is going to be better for the people who are staying there than it currently exists right now. So that in itself should reduce some level of trauma that people experience just with the nature of going to shelters. It's this traumatic experience, no matter how good it is. So we've seen in the building design that will address some of the issues. What are some of the lessons learned? What are some of the things that are going to be incorporated from an external thing that we could expect to see here that we haven't seen at the current location?
Well, I would, Council Member Halliburton, Madam Mayor, I would say that those are design issues that would be normal for any kind of facility that has to protect people, property, both internally and externally. There will be features that are frankly the latest in technology. I would mention cameras, CCTV, and other measures. You also have to appreciate that the extent of the policies, protocols, and measures taken is by itself something that has to remain secure. And so this is a confidential undertaking, not that we would ever hesitate to coordinate and collaborate and communicate in further enhancements associated with both the internal and external aspects of a security plan with police and fire. We're prepared to do that. We stand ready, willing, and able to do that with those agencies as soon as it is appropriate.
Madam Mayor, here's a question for you. So what are the ones that aren't confidential? Give me some examples of things that you can incorporate with the design of this new space that are going to lessen the external adverse impacts to the neighborhood.
Well, Councilmember Halliburton, Madam Mayor, the one prime example would be the space that is external to the building, which allows folks to gather behind the building for entry. That's one point. The second point is we will have space for a de-escalation room in case of potential escalation. The fact is that I think it was mentioned earlier by Stephanie Day that many of the aspects that she mentioned are already part of our current security program, protocols, and procedures. They will be further modified and enhanced moving to the new facility. But having the space to do some of those things, like more space for training, more space for de-escalation, those are examples of how the new facility will actually enhance our ability to mitigate risk.
I appreciate those specific examples. You've got a draft going right there. My suggestion to the Interfaith team is that if there's additional non-confidential mitigation things that we're doing with the design that can decrease external impact, that those be brought up later. Thank you.
Okay. And I would also offer, in response to your question, that Mr. Sloan and Mr. Ashwin are prepared to meet in consultation with the police, fire, even the council, if necessary, to debrief about some of those aspects.
Thank you.
And especially the parts that may have to remain confidential.
Madam Mayor, I just want to underline Councilmember Halliburton's point. I know you're in a reflexively tough spot with certain confidential information. You don't want potential threats to be aware of, whatever, like that those are all problems. We're all asking, we may ask, depending on where we get in this, we may be asking for some assurances along these lines. Mm-hmm. And if you get put on the spot, you're going to reflexively say, I can't share that. So do think about what you can give us along these lines that you'd be willing to have, out there in the open that might be able to get us those assurances.
Well, we will, Councilmember Badgett, Madam Mayor, we will do our best in that regard. I would simply tell you that we are ready to give assurances as needed to the extent we can. I would also say the offer to have Mr. Sloan and Mr. Ashwin be with us in those kinds of consultations. We would be ready. They are ready and willing and able to do that, to assist, to answer questions. So thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Any other questions?
I don't want to belabor this, but I think I will, plain spokenly. We've heard over the last couple of days two overarching concerns. One is design, and the other is how this is going to affect the people that live in this neighborhood. What we need to hear and what would be helpful for us to hear is what will Interfaith do to help mitigate those things? And we need them specific and clear. And to my colleague's point, I understand that there's things that you need to keep close to the vest, but the neighbors need to hear this. So
Mhm.
whatever clarity you can give us, please do.
To the extent that we can, Council Member Willits, Madam Mayor, we will absolutely do that to the extent that we can.
And just to frame this up from a kind of guiding the meeting along, are you asking these questions from a need to understand how the city could properly mitigate, if mitigation is possible, the impacts that could come from a proposed location through the CUP?
I'll go first. I think several of us asked. My concern is, number one, the security plan may not address mitigating things to the neighborhood. We may have more work to do there separately, because what I just understood is that may not be the function of that document. But number two, my real concern is that to the extent we need to know things about the security plan, if what can be shared hasn't really been thought through first, the reflexive answer is going to be, I can't share that. Then we're not going to have the information we need that later, maybe on second thought, would have been shared, and somebody isn't going to get the fully informed decision that they deserve. That's
Madam
the
Mayor,
reason I
could
was
I
asking.
just make a comment to that? Councilmember Badgett, Madam Mayor, we definitely want to give those assurances. It may be that out of concern for safety of our guests, we may seek ways to give you those assurances without making this information public to the extent that it could create risk. I would just emphasize that we are ready to engage with every agency and with this council if necessary to help give assurance that to the extent that we can control risks, both internal and external, we will do our best and have done our best in our current location to do that. And so thank you for the question.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can tell you, it's close to what Councilmember Bajan said. I can tell you what I'm requesting when I made that. I don't doubt that there's a security plan that can be made after the meeting takes place, and that we can have those conversations, and that will actually be really, really helpful, and that we can work with all the different groups of people to do it. There are environmental design things. There's other things that I believe you all could address that would help us understand how adverse impact would be mitigated. And that's one of the things that we would have to do if we were going to address some of the reasons that this was appealed. And so if there are things that you can bring forward to the table that address how this is not going to create as much adverse impact prior to the development of the security plan, knowing that that security plan will come down the road, that's fine. That can come down the road. Other things that can come first would be very, very helpful.
Councilmember Halliburton, Madam Mayor, in response to that request, I would simply say this. We can do that to the extent of security, if that's the limitation on the question. To the extent that it relates to other things that have been speculated about adverse impact, I'm not sure we will resolve those. Those are factual issues about which other people have spoken. I'm here to speak about the security plan. And all I can tell you is that we have had a security plan, such as the term has been used. We have and will continue to have a security plan that will evolve according to the needs of this community and our neighborhood as good neighbors in this new facility. And that is going to have to be done, at least the external part, in public engagement, which would include the police and fire and other agencies who are relevant to helping mitigate impact as it relates to security.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
We've got Councilmember Sanchez and then Clegg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Sturgill, is there a possibility, or has it been communicated from the neighbors, the neighborhoods? What are the priorities in terms of security for them? What are some things that they would like to see in place in order for them to feel more secure with Interfaith being in their neighborhood?
Councilmember Sanchez, Madam Mayor, we fully appreciate and understand the concerns. And to the extent that we can answer those concerns, we are, of course, waiting for guidance to the extent that there are conditions that are put on this approval that will inform our security planning. Those will be implemented to the best of our ability. To the extent that there are concerns that we can otherwise satisfy related to security, safety, public safety, and community safety within that neighborhood, we have offered and will continue to offer engagement with police, fire, and the surrounding neighborhoods to be able to work together as a community. I mean, we are as interested in community safety as anyone, any member of this community. We share that concern. And so we want to be able to answer the concern by being open, transparent, and willing to the transparent to the extent we can while protecting our guests. The fact is we want to be able to respond to those concerns the best we can through communication and engagement on issues of public security.
Right, and I think we've got one more.
Does that answer your question, Council Member?
Madam Mayor, can I ask a quick follow-up to that? So just to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, are we talking in terms of preventing a situation, or are we talking in terms of reacting to a situation that might arise, that might be brought to your attention?
Councilmember Sanchez, Madam Mayor, I think we respond to both. Our staff is trained to deal with issues that come within the perimeter, within the walls of our facilities, in this case, within the fences of our facilities. And to the extent we become aware of any other public safety issue related to the immediate neighborhood, we would do like any good neighbor would do, which is to communicate immediately with police. You know, thankfully, we've had a history of good communication and response and collaboration with the Boise Police Department. And the staff and Jody, our executive director, can speak to that. But the point is that that's critical to our location anywhere. This facility or anywhere else, we would have to engage for public safety and community security with police and fire, just like any good neighbor would.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Jerry, both this hearing and the prior one got hung up on the security plan. I'm going to go a different direction. This is a question I asked staff, and you don't have to answer me now, but I would like Interfaith Sanctuary to be prepared to tell me what criteria you are willing to meet within a security plan and within an operations plan. I don't need to know what the details of the plan are.
Right.
In order to find no adverse impact, I need to know what criteria you're going to meet when developing those plans. Does that help?
Councilmember Clegg. Madam Mayor, yes, that helps. I would just say this, that we will cooperate, collaborate, and work together with neighbors, police, fire, et cetera. Like I've said, we will do that to answer the concerns that are associated with any neighborhood. But the point is that we can only speak to the things that are within our experience and control. And for that, we have a lot of experience and we have a lot of control. But I would also say we have the help of national and international experts who have helped us along the way.
Madam Mayor, if I could just follow up. Your cooperation is not what's that question. The question is, can you meet the adverse impact? In order to know if you can meet that, I need to know what criteria you're going to use to develop those plans. Thank you.
Okay. We will thank
you
for allowing me to think about that and come back to you. Thank you.
Okay, now we've got Michael Garris.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. And then after Michael, Teresa Lagowski, Chad Ritzer, and I think it's Steve Corzine. We've got a whole bunch more. So I'm going to ask once, if you know you're up next, make your way towards the front so we've got less lag time in between. Thanks all. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I wish to convey the fact that the proposed shelter on State Street has already been denied with good cause by the Planning and Zoning Commission and is still a bad idea. The developer, in this case, Interfaith Sanctuary, a local nonprofit with very good motives, but a bad case of facility lust. This lust for a new facility has led this developer to make imprudent decisions. And that does not mean that the city should allow this development to go forward. I mean, we were dropped a bombshell here just a few minutes ago with either you let us do this or we're going to be out of business. I mean, bad tactics. Any other, let's see, the list of problems waiting to happen is long and would not be allowed for any other developer. The P&Z Commission found that the shelter development is not compatible with surrounding businesses and the residential neighborhood is well-founded and true. This development brings no discernible value to the adjacent businesses or the surrounding housing. At best, it will do nothing for that section of State Street. At worst, it will be the anchor tenant for Boise's first slum area. This is not hyperbole. This is market forces at work. And we heard people talk about they just sold their house because of this development coming in, the possibility of this development coming in. Every residential property in the impact area will have an adverse material fact disclosure required to notify any prospective buyers that a low barrier shelter is in the area. This can affect the desirability and does stigmatize the properties. This can become a self-reinforcing cycle as area housing gets fewer offers and is bought up by investment firms. At present, the area is a healthy mix of owner-occupied and rental properties. The council should be wary of directly affecting this balance in your decision. None of this will be instant. It will take years to happen. But there's no reason to stigmatize a working class or struggling class neighborhood as they are. I ask you to deny the cup. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Teresa, you're up. And then Chad, and then Steve.
Okay. Ooh, that's ugly. Mayor and City Council, thank you for the opportunity to try and offer you a little bit of insight about our neighborhood. My name is Teresa Logoski, and I have lived in Veterans Park neighborhood for the past 16 years, 25 years in the North End and another 16 years before that on the West Bench. Seen a lot of changes. Oh, where's my, how do I get my video? Oh, they're there. So what I've brought to you today is this afternoon, I drove around this general area and just took pictures of our neighborhood. So when people are talking to us about being NIMBYs that don't support this, these are the people who don't support this. We're not exactly a fancy neighborhood to start with. We're very, very modest. These are very modest. Some are duplicates. This is what is going to be impacted by this shelter moving into our neighborhood. We're just, and there's somebody's already circled that we do have a lot of people with motorhomes in their front yards because they are allowing friends to live there. We don't have curbs, we don't have gutters. This you can see there's the view of the shelter at the end of Willow Lane right there. And this is on that little access road that runs parallel to State Street. And where that circled is where the Riley's mobile home park is. And those folks are going to be really impacted because they are literally from where I'm standing to where your bench begins is where the fence is to where the shelter is. I mean, they are really, really close. Again, this is off that little access road. Windows taped together. I think somebody's living in that car. This is Riley's again, and you can see the roof line of the shelter behind there. This is heading back towards into the neighborhood. Again, these are the folks who you're calling NIMBYs. They really don't want this shelter in their backyard. This is very modest housing. This is where people graduate to when they leave the shelter. This is the only, this is affordable housing in Boise, Idaho. This is on Silver. Those are some duplexes on Silver. This is directly behind the shelter. You can't quite see the roof, but I mean, those folks are just literally right there. Another house. This is the apartment buildings on State within view of the shelter. I just wanted you guys to see what the neighborhood really looks like. Thank you.
And then we'll have Jeffrey Street and Jill Steinmetz.
Good evening. My name is Chad Ritzer. I live near the proposed shelter site and I'm a member of Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. The decision by Planning and Zoning to deny the conditional use permit was based on the appropriate application of city code and land use law. The proposed use will certainly adversely impact property of the vicinity, which Planning and Zoning found makes it incompatible. Interfaith Sanctuary is not just proposing to build a shelter, they're proposing to migrate at least 200 homeless people into the Veterans Park neighborhood. There is no plan that can realistically mitigate, much less eliminate, the impact of relocating hundreds of people into a neighborhood, and hundreds of homeless people into a neighborhood. There isn't even the smallest buffer between the shelter and residences and businesses that are adjacent to the property of the site. They literally share a fence. For 275 days per year, the shelter is designed to provide as little as 109 square feet per resident. The application includes a day shelter, but it is not a commitment as it is contingent on funding. And I'll put it in perspective. This is like having 11 people living in a 1,200 square foot house. I live in a 1,200 square foot house with my wife and two kids. It works most of the time. It's tight. And adding 7 more people to that situation is crowded at best. And for 90 days per year, this crowding will be considerably worsened during the period in which Interfaith will be permitted to grow their attendance by an additional undisclosed number of residents who will be provided mats for sleeping on the floor. Ms. Siders has stated on several occasions that Interfaith will not turn anyone away. While this sentiment is rooted in compassion, most certainly, the reality is that for 3 months, it'd be like having 12 or 14 or 16 people living in that 1,200 square foot house, sleeping on floors and some beds. That's overcrowded by any measure. And as you are aware, best practices in sheltering across the nation demand more than double and seasonally approaching triple the amount of space per resident that the proposed shelter is designed to provide. Interfaith has chosen to design a shelter that simply provides too little space for each guest. Research shows that outdated and overcrowded shelters like the Interfaith design pressure homeless guests into the surrounding areas naturally. This directly results in physical and financial damage to businesses, parks, libraries, and neighborhoods, as well as undue burdens on emergency and public services. The lack of buffer certainly exacerbates the adverse impacts this shelter will have. We know from call volume data and from related testimony that there is an elevated crime rate in the vicinity of Interfaith's current location. These crimes will also be relocated to the Veterans Park neighborhood. This is the reasoning behind incorporating a residential buffer. This is why a buffer is necessary and absent, unfortunately. Individual households do not have resources to provide security or maintenance such that a shelter like this would demand. Please, I urge you to uphold Planning and Zoning's decision to deny the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Steve, you're next. And then we've got some seats up here in the front. So Jeffrey Street, Jill Steinmetz, and Matt Serrani, please head on up here so you can pop up. Thanks.
Yep. My name's Steve Cozine. Sorry for the handwriting, Madam Mayor.
Oh, it's my reading. Don't worry about it.
I live at 3413 North Red Oak. My scholarly studies of emergency shelter businesses, I will see an increase of crime in my residence if the IFS business model moves forward as planned. Boise City Council or Boise City Planning and Zoning correctly assessed that IFS use of the State Street property would endanger the character of the neighborhood and harm the retention and growth and profitability of existing businesses. Residences and restaurants surrounding have clearly expressed our need for a safe environment to grow and maintain good character. Chief Lee reported that the call volume shift to the State Street location will increase to an unknown level, but could be mitigated with vehicle dispatch patrols to a reasonable level. Vehicles that may have a delayed response time because we're getting stretched out in the city. We've heard testimonial phrases like could be, maybe nominal, it's unclear. The only thing definitive is the call for service to follow IFS under their current business plan to any location will increase. Secondly, what is a responsible level, a reasonable level? Reasonable for what? Is it the level the police have enough staff to respond to calls for service or all 911 calls? Or is it the police have enough staff to respond and investigate all vandalism, property theft, opportunities such as vehicle break-ins? Is a shoreline district current location a reasonable crime rate? Is it reasonable for a neighborhood with a income level of Veteran Parks neighborhood? Or is it a reasonable level where restaurant patrons don't fear visiting or parking their cars or bikes at a location? A level of that parents feel comfortable raising their children in a safe neighborhood, or developers and landowners don't shy away from investing in the area? What is our city's reasonable threshold for crime, especially since it's come to light that BPD will be responsible for most of the external threats? To understand the burden, where is the CEPTED or other third-party study for Veterans Park and calls for neighborhoods? What parks, greenbelts, rivers, underpasses, alleys, neighborhoods with no streetlights will draw crime? What security risks exist around our homes and our businesses that we'll be expected to mitigate? How much is that going to cost the homeowner and the city? A shoreline CEPTED is providing a great insight to the future. We have heard other services around IFS make it hard to tell the total crime that can be attributed to the IFS business model because there are other services that being offered to a transit community. But estimating the future due to undue burden is not a stretch to recognize that those other services might move or open a second location near a large customer base. As the shoreline becomes, property developers are willing to invest, it is reasonable that the other services will be bought out as well. The expert testimony regarding the safety of the neighborhood does not provide enough data to answer some very large concerns that cannot, should not, and thankfully were not ignored. This CUP will shape the future of the State Street corridor and surrounding neighborhoods for generations. My family and other families that were not able to be here tonight hope that you will recognize that neighborhoods, families, and small businesses matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jill and I live in Northwest Boise. I have driven up and down the State Street corridor Monday through Friday, 2 times a day for the last 17 years. And I am speaking tonight on behalf of concerns about public safety, traffic congestion, and the current problems that exist on State Street. These are currently not being managed appropriately by BPD because they simply do not have enough enforcement to help with the traffic violations that are happening on State Street. I encourage each of you to drive down State Street during rush hour and go by this proposed site and see just how congested and just how intense the traffic has gotten on State Street. Anyone who reads the packet for this application can see that the record shows that the police department's letter as being evidence that this use and location will place an undue burden on our public services. The letter specifically addresses the issue in the middle of the second paragraph, and I quote, "To effectively address a higher call for service load in the proposed area, BPD's limited resources will be impacted," unquote. There is nothing unclear about this statement. This conditional use request will place an undue burden on the police department services. This should cause great concern with the decision before you, as section 110303-7C of the Boise Department Code requires you to ensure that the approval is consistent with the general purpose of the code in Title 11, which is to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of present and future residents. Granting this application will not promote safety, rather it will simply add to the burden the police department is already carrying. This is what their commitment letter is telling us. The burden is because the city has not kept up with adequately staffing the police department to keep up with the current growth in Boise and Ada County. A November 10th article in the Idaho Statesman reported that we are currently short nearly 70 positions in the police department. And this is in an environment where it is already challenging to hire staff due to our rising costs in housing here. And this is not a short-term fix, nor do we realistically have the financial resources needed to resolve it right now. The revenue needed to keep up with the growth has been a challenge for at least the past decade. The record shows presentations from the city's finance department have warned of the inability for revenue to keep up with the personal costs, at least as far back as the 2012 budget process. And during the recent 2022 budget process, the issue came up yet again. On April 15th, presentation to the library board shows an outlook with future years presenting challenges due to, quote, personal costs outpacing growth, unquote. For these reasons, the conditional use needs to be denied because it will increase the burden on the police department that is already struggling with staffing shortages, and this will not ensure the purpose of Boise's developmental code that it can be met. I urge you to uphold the Planning and Zoning Committee's vote and deny the CUP.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've got Jeffrey Street, Matt Serrani. Please come on up, Leah Clark and Blair Crook.
Jeffrey Street, Collister neighborhood, Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for the time. I want to touch on three things that have been discussed a little bit. First is the lack of information regarding mitigation of adverse impact, the fair housing issues that came up tonight, and then precedent for all future conditional use permits if this were to be granted. The first one is the lack of mitigation information. I know it's been discussed tonight, a security plan and potentially other information that could help the external influence or external risks. But that information should have come up earlier so that the public and the opposing parties would have an opportunity to review that substantive information and rebut it during this public comment. And that's not just for me. The Supreme Court in Eckert versus Bonners County in about 2004 said that. As it relates to the fair housing aspect, I know we had the Martin versus City of Boise recently to come up. I haven't read it in a while. Have a tremendous amount of respect for Mr. Baldoff and what he did, but I think Councilman Halliburton, you were correct. And what you said is the housing's one aspect of it, but the other is the status of who's getting the adverse impact. So in Martin, it was an individual protected for homelessness. Here we have a private organization with a philanthropic purpose that would have a denial. That is not protected under the Fair Housing Act. So that's a second reason. And the third thing I want to talk about is a precedent. So what we've seen in this is a real lack of information about how to mitigate these adverse impacts. But the chief arguments that we've seen from the supporters and from the applicant is we have a philanthropic purpose as a private organization, and it provides a great resource to the city. So even though we don't have that information, we can give it later. And because of that, you should grant it. Now, the precedent that gets set is what's to stop a pulp mill from replacing Warm Spring storage and saying, hey, we're not going to address the odors to tell you how we're going to do it, but we're going to give free paper to all the schools. Or what about a 500 dog shelter at the Hyde Park Bar replaced and said, hey, we're going to provide a shelter for 500 dogs, but we're not going to address how to keep them contained on the property or the noise levels. or even a private school that could go up at Lowell on Eagle Road with the boarding and the dormitories on the other side, with no plans at Eagle on how to have individuals cross during day and night. These are things that have to be addressed to not only address for the applicant, but for the external factors. And if you're going to grant something with the lack of information simply because it's a private organization with a philanthropic purpose, that's a dangerous precedent. In the Ferguson case that came up with the Supreme Court, the underlying planning and zoning had a prior decision that was similar to the one that they were facing in theirs. And they noted in that they granted it because they're afraid that if they didn't grant it, that the decision would be deemed arbitrary and capricious. The Idaho Supreme Court noted that and said, you know what, if you have precedent in planning and zoning and then you go against it, there is a high risk of it being arbitrary and capricious. So it's not just this decision, but it's all future conditional use permits you have to take in consideration when you grant or deny this one. That's all the time I have. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, one question for you, sir.
Absolutely.
What type of information would you like to see?
That's a great question. I would like to see information about, is there any available resources to transport individuals back downtown at night if they're turned away from the shelter? If people are going to be asked to leave the property at night, what's the plan for getting them back to other resources or to address that so that they don't go into the neighborhoods? If someone is to a concern that leaves the property, potentially a violent concern or property damage concern, what's the reporting system for that? What's the response that the police plan to have? Those are the type of information that I would love to see. I'm certainly want to be clear that I don't think that the risks can't be mitigated, the adverse impacts can't. I just haven't seen anything that I can comment on at this point. I'd love to see that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we've got Matt Serrani. I'm going to ask again, Blair Crook, please come forward, Allison Woodcock, and Dave Bislow.
Hello, I'm Matt Serrani. I live in the Veterans Park neighborhood just off of 36. And before I begin, I just want to emphasize that all of us in this room want the best for the homeless community, and we may just disagree on what that solution is, but I think we're all just on the same page. But on appeal, the applicant states incorrectly that the opponent's request for operational details of the proposed shelter, including a security plan, is not made in good faith. However, I want to point out that the public testimony opposing the shelter gave far more detail on prospective security conditions than the applicant did. I'm a board member of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association, and we submitted about 25 pages discussing minimum conditions as well as testifying remaining fundamental concerns inherent to the proposal. For our testimony to P&Z, we presented a comparison of security and operational conditions for another shelter in Salt Lake on the record to those proposed by the city staff for Interfaith Sanctuary, highlighting numerous specific areas in which the proposed conditions are too weak to provide meaningful protection to the safety and character of the surrounding neighborhood. And here are some key example points of detail from South Salt Lake CUP that proposed Interfaith CUP lacks: no overflow, and restriction of services to registered guests, coordinated entry utilized with intake referral rather than walk up on site, security staff to guest ratio specified, security patrols both on and off site, specific standards, including for security staff and volunteer screening requirements, canine searches implemented, standards for guest intake and screening controls for access to storage. Conditions specify a goal of preventing off-site impact and requiring regular meetings with the neighborhood and quarterly assessments with the police of progress towards the goal of reducing CFS. Even with these conditions in place, the semi-annual audit report on record shows that the Utah shelters continue to generate significant safety and security concerns. As a neighborhood association, we requested conditions from Interfaith in May. Without response, we submitted 25 pages regarding proposed conditions. Interfaith submitted nothing. Yet in the appeal brief, the applicant implies that this is merely a delay tactic. I assure you, we understand that the specific safety and security measures in place are a high interest to our neighbors. The records show neighbors have asked for more detail from Interfaith since January of 2021, but Interfaith has consistently refused to engage on the topic with impact on how to mitigate it. Then in the appeal, Interfaith disavows any responsibility for off-site safety, placing that onus directly on the police department. We have the right to review, comment, and rebut any specific measures proposed. We have the right to view empirical data from analogous sites showing that these measures were effective in preventing impacts from a similarly sized shelter on a residential neighborhood that's embedded in. The commission was justified for denying the application because there is insufficient detail on the type and implication of any mitigation, nor is there any enforcement included for specific mitigations recommended.
Time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Leah Clark. And then please come on up, Erica Afanita and Kathy Sherman. And seats are open up here. Justin Nielsen and Lisa Harlow.
My name is Leah Stevens Clark, and my address is 806 South Owyhee Street. Madam Mayor and City Council, I would like to thank you for providing this opportunity for me to testify in favor of Interfaith Sanctuary's proposed new location. Boise is my home. I grew up here. I raised my two incredible children in a mixed income neighborhood where I went to junior high. Because I loved Boise and wanted to build my life here, I founded two nonprofit organizations. I serve on multiple nonprofit boards over the years, and I've even received a Mayor's Award for Excellence in Arts Education. When I became an educator, I brought students to these very chambers. And in 2019, I met with Councilmember Sanchez, and you introduced my class to a campaign that made me so proud of my hometown. My students and I left with sweet blue stickers that said Boise Kind. I'm finding myself these days asking, is Boise really kind? I currently work as the Director of Education at Interfaith Sanctuary. We serve families, and today, a total of about 30 children ages 4 months to 17. I partner with Interfaith case management and volunteers in our community to mitigate adverse childhood experiences and cycles of poverty that we may not admit, but affect every single Boisean. The benefits of the State Street location, like the proximity to schools and parks, will help create a sense of normalcy in the lives of these children who are experiencing homelessness. Just like children in my neighborhood where I live, the children at our shelter attend school and ride bikes and play sports and get their vaccinations. Our youngest guests and their parents participate in art and music and movement classes, joyfully expressing themselves. During spring break, our friends from the Boise Fire Department brought their fire-safe house to our shelter and shared some tips and tricks on how to be fire-safe for our kids. I work to meet every child where they are. I see them as individuals. I create space for them to develop socially and emotionally into the best people they can be. I help them to understand that they are loved and supported without judgment. I have great hope for them as future citizens of Boise. I ask you, do these children deserve the basic human needs of shelter, warmth, rest, food, safety, and security? Do these children in a city as wonderful as Boise deserve to be nurtured, loved, and given every opportunity to succeed? I ask myself, is Boise really kind? Or are the members of this community really prejudiced and compassionless? I would like to invite you to consider other times in our history when members of a community declared that they did not want those people in their neighborhoods. How are our children and our children's children going to judge us if they hear that Boise City Council did not overturn the planning and zoning denial of the conditional use permit at Interfaith Sanctuary?
Thank you. So Blair Crook. And then I'm going to ask once again to have Allison Woodcock, Dave Bigelow, and Erica Afanita come up to the front. I'm going to pull people from the front row. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Blair Crook, and I live at 5413 North Cattail Way. The staff report asserts that the application could have been approved based on the staff and agency provided conditions that staff put forward, and that this would have satisfied CUP review criteria. I want to bring your attention to direct quotes from commissioners who were aware that the proposed conditions and expressed multiple comments on how individual staff recommended conditions could be improved. However, even with these modifications, the commissioners still found that they could not provide enough detail in the conditions to satisfy themselves, the surrounding area would be protected from impact. That the surrounded area would be protected from impact. These are direct quotes from the January 3rd deliberation. Commissioner Gillespie, I just can't figure out how to get conditions in that mitigate the adverse impact to the neighborhood. Commissioner Blanchard, I didn't see a way we can condition our way out of this. I agree with one of the statements made earlier by Commissioner Mooney. I think it is a really heavy lift and there's not much we can do. Commissioner Mooney, we're asked to assess the claim of future impact, and it's sleepless nights to figure out that I can't in my mind understand how we can approve this without impacting that neighborhood. And I believe the conditions should be more stringent to mitigate adverse impacts. Commissioner Moore, a lot of my mind was based on, well, can we condition it properly? Being left in the realm of leaning on the commission here to condition it from days as opposed to being conditioned before it makes it here is a tough position to be in. Chief Lee's own testimony stated that for this type of development, dependent upon the success of the implementation of future conditions, the impacts can be considerable, and I understand why the public is concerned. The commission very carefully confirmed with Chief Lee that no specifics regarding security or mitigation members have been reviewed by BPD and that all such measures currently remain speculative. More quotes from the commissioners highlight that this was a key issue for them. Commissioner Gillespie, we don't know what the plan is. We don't know how well it will be executed. Commissioner Danley, we absolutely, according to LLUPA and our code, have the responsibility to understand what those security steps are going to be and make a determination, but we have none of that. In the end, the commission undeniably has the authority to deny a CUP if they are not satisfied with what the record supports the finding of no impact, and that's what happened here. I urge you to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison?
All right. My name is Allison Woodcock. I live in the Collinsford neighborhood, a mile away from the proposed location. The Boise City Code requires a finding that the proposed use, if it complies with the condition imposed, will not adversely affect the other properties in the vicinity. Plainly stated, the finding cannot be made unless you choose to avoid the data, facts, and photos that have been submitted as evidence into the record. A record to document the adverse effects that will occur if this conditional use request is approved. The adverse impact cannot be mitigated because if they could, we would not have this record of evidence, the documents, and impacts. The evidence includes the Boise Police Department CPTED assessment, which is a 60-page report and a 29-page slideshow presentation, which examines the condition and activity in and around the shoreline Americana area where the current IFS shelter is located. The report covers a 5-year time period and was initiated because the businesses, property managers, and landowners in the area have experienced ongoing and escalating issues and conflicts with individuals and groups of people who are experiencing homelessness. The factual information contained in this report plainly show the increase in health and safety risks that are directly relevant to the proposed use in the application. And the evidence in the record also includes a 57 pages of individual emails that were properly obtained by the public record request system, which is a document which documents the past 3 years of the safety concern and complaints from the same affected parties in the vicinity where the IFS shelter is currently located. These emails clearly document the recurring health and safety risks, including nuisance violations and the written descriptions of ongoing concern complaints, as well as with attached photos. A few emails from these people, an email with multiple photos from a business owner located very close to the current IFS shelter, writes about what's occurring on their property. Sidewalk items today, gas can, siphon, bench seat from a van, other seats. On my private property, knives, weapons, needles, food waste, puke, animal waste. This was great. This is what greets my visitors to our office building. An email from the same person 2 months later just simply said, I got to pick up human feces today. Another email from a different business in the area.
Do you have the names of these businesses?
I don't, but I could defer that to Katie Decker, if that would be the person.
Okay, great. I think it's important. When we have claims like that, it's important, I think, that we attach them to somebody. Okay. Thank you.
Another email from a different business in the area forwards photos and warns. And when individuals stayed on the property and attempted to sleep with, and when asked to leave, displayed threatening behavior towards the guard on duty. Rather than reducing impacts to a neighborhood, this application will go one step further and increase the adverse impacts to the already overburdened neighborhood. Please make a rational decision and uphold the denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Bigelow. And then come on up. We've got 2 seats up here, Justin Nielsen and Lisa Harlow.
Thank you, City Council members. My name is Kyle David Bigelow. My family owns Burger and Brew, which is the restaurant at 4295 West State Street, directly across from the proposed homeless shelter. Our family is legitimately concerned about the impact this shelter will have on our family business, especially in light of the shelter's failure to meaningfully address or even take seriously the legitimate concerns of the neighborhood. And while we've heard a lot of empty and factually unsupported promises from Jody's staff on how the shelter won't have any negative impacts, we feel it's important that the City Council understands how this will impact real people in our neighborhood. The reality is this shelter will over-concentrate the homeless population in the area. Our business already has problems with the homeless population that exists with the homeless shelters in the area. This month, a homeless man threatened to burn our building down because our restrooms are for customers only. We have existing issues with bus stop loitering, trash, and parking. And parking is the big deal. So what happens when we add an additional 200 plus homeless people who need to use the bus stop directly in front of our business? These existing problems won't magically go away. They will increase. The reality is this shelter location will financially burden our property and businesses in the area. We've spoken to multiple real estate professionals who feel that property values will diminish. Jody Peterson and her staff are the only people that have claimed that the property values will increase. This is just another empty promise that is factually unsupported. The reality is Jody Peterson's decision to purchase property was rushed and done so without proper approval from the city. This classic do first, ask for forgiveness later sets a dangerous precedent for how we do business in the state of Idaho and the city of Boise. Jody Peterson has claimed over and over again that they'll be great neighbors. The reality is her staff and her attorney have done nothing but publicly denigrate nearby businesses, including ours, and shame our family. We voiced concerns in the initial neighborhood meetings, and they were met with eye rolls and comments that resembled those of a high school bully. The shelter's approach throughout this process has been to label all of those who voice concerns about this shelter as anti-homeless bigots, rather than make any genuine attempt to substantially address our concerns. The reality is, Jody Peterson purchased this property in a low-income area because she simply thought no one would care.
Time.
Madam Mayor, I do have a clarifying question. Kyle, David, which one is it? Kyle?
Kyle David Bigelow, yes, sir.
Kyle David. All right. You had mentioned that there's already an existing issue with parking. Is that in the parking lot for your business? Is that in the surrounding on-street parking? Is it both?
Yes, sir. The parking is directly attached to our business. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got Erica. Welcome. And then I think it's William maybe McBill, who lives on Wamosa. Come on up.
Hello, I appreciate being able to address you today. My name is Erica Affinita. I live in the Collister neighborhood, approximately a mile away from the proposed shelter site. I want to speak today about the security plan and the staff report. The staff report implies the commission surrendered its ability to express concern about security when it did not vote to defer the proceeding to request a security plan. But we need to acknowledge that context is important. The question of deferral to request a security plan was visited at each of the 4 hearings. Because city staff did not request a security plan, deferring to obtain one would require first opening oral public testimony before voting to defer, and then reopening of the written and oral record once the plan was provided. Mr. Wardle's response was lengthy and included, I quote, "We cannot keep kicking this down the road. The time is running, and I recognize that we run the risk that if we don't agree to deferral, you deny it, and then we appeal it." Mr. Wardle felt that a security plan could not be required as part of the application, despite LLUPA provisions, and the commission may request more detailed information, and that he preferred the denial appeal to the deferral to provide a security plan. Revisiting the deferral at the third hearing, Commissioner Gillespie said, "I think we have more than adequate evidence in the record as to whether or not the permit application as it sits now meets the 5 criteria that we're instructed to look at. I don't think it's the city's job to, in a sense, coach or provide the applicant with a roadmap to getting a permit approved. They've submitted their permit. They've had plenty of time to work on it. It is what it is," end quote. This does not match the staff memo's inference that the decision not to defer was based on the assumption that existing conditions could be modified to adequately mitigate impact. It's a statement that the applicant's burden to prove the conditional use criteria are met, including that the use will not impact surrounding properties. The commission, of necessity, moved forward with the extensive record before them, while also expressing concern at the 3 consecutive hearings through November and December that there was not sufficient detail on the mitigating measures present in the record. The applicant resisted deferral. It is natural conclusion that when the application was denied based on findings, including that there was not sufficient information on how to mitigate impact, the commission requested that a future application include a security plan in draft form. It is within the commission's authority to find that the impact was not mitigated and within their requirements to provide information on how future approval could be obtained. Thank you so much for your time. I urge you to uphold the planning and zoning's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica.
Thanks.
Kathy, yeah, you're next. And then we've got Justin Nielsen, Lisa Harlow, William, I think, is here, and then Alana Salzman and Howard Belladoff.
Hi, my name is Kathy Sherman. I live at 3208 Treasure Drive in the Sunset Neighborhood Association. I'm on the board of Sunset, but I do not speak for my neighbors. I've housed almost 1,000 homeless veterans, but I do not speak for homeless veterans. I've worked, I now work housing refugees, but I do not speak for refugees. I'm the precinct captain for 1605, which includes the neighborhood right behind the shelter, but I do not speak for the Democratic Party. I get my hair cut at Caliente, right next to where the shelter is now, but I do not speak for Patrick. But I will say that I started going there after Cooper Court just because I wanted to see how the shelter was doing with the neighbors. And I'd say that he is a big supporter of Interfaith Sanctuary as a direct neighbor. I eat pizza at Americana Pizza. And I also know that they are great supporters of Interfaith Sanctuary, but I do not speak for pizza eaters. What I do want to say is that the homeless people that you see are not the homeless people I know. I can tell hundreds of stories of people who have been homeless in this valley, who you would not recognize as someone homeless. They're people that you exercise with at the gym. They are people that serve you your coffee. They are people that your kids are going to school with. Most homeless people have more to fear from us than we have to fear from them. So I knock doors in both my neighborhood and the street right behind where Interfaith Sanctuary is going with the open-ended question of, do you know that there's going to be a homeless shelter behind you? And how do you feel about that? And what would you like to see there if not a homeless shelter? The further away you got from the shelter, the more acceptance there is for it. And I was actually surprised that on the street itself, with the doors right behind there were a few supporters, which, totally, kind of surprised me, including the family of everyone on the neighborhood, everyone on the street was very concerned about the little blonde girls living down the street. So I knocked on the house of the little blonde girls, and their mother said, yes, we want to have. This is a great thing to have in our neighborhood, which is surprising. I have found throughout this discussion this sort of terrible thing that we're doing about othering. That if this were a discussion about people of color yep. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kathy.
Please don't other. And
Madam Mayor, can I ask Kathy a question? Thank you, Kathy. Could you please finish your thought? I'm curious about what you were going
I
to
was just,
say.
I think, I grew up in Baltimore, Maryland, where we had redlining and, we othered people of color. And I think this is a moment in which we are, if you interchange the words homelessness with people of color, we wouldn't allow ourselves to have that conversation, but we allow ourselves to other people that we're afraid of with the same arguments from the 1950s of why we kept people of color out of certain neighborhoods, the increase of crime, that, I can just, so I beg of you all to think about that in terms of what's fair, because I love this city and we are a kind and wonderful and welcoming city. And I see that as our future.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Justin, welcome. And then I'm going to ask Elena somewhere, Howard, and then Matthew Hoffman to come on up.
All right. Thank you for this opportunity. So my name is Justin Nielsen. I live in the Veteran Parks neighborhood. And the claim by Interfaith Sanctuary that the P&Z denial of their application to open a large low-barrier homeless shelter in the Veterans Park neighborhood was not supported by substantial competent evidence is false. A shelter of this size and nature does not currently operate on State Street nor anywhere else in the state of Idaho for that matter. So the only evidence available had to come from somewhere else as a proxy for what will likely occur in the neighborhood. Next slide, please.
Oh, the clicker's right there. You click your own slides, please.
Oh, right here.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm nearsighted. I had to put glasses on and off. So a study that directly quantifies the adverse impacts that Interfaith Sanctuary has at its current downtown location has not been conducted. However, the CEPTED report of the Shoreline Urban Renewal District does contain substantial and competent evidence for high police call volumes and adverse impacts associated with Interfaith Sanctuary and the population that it serves, regardless of the initial purpose of that report and contrary to what IFS claims. The CEPTED analyzed police call volumes within the Shoreline Urban Renewal District during the 2016 to 2020. And according to the report, the area adjacent to IFS has experienced the highest police calls for services in the city during that time. These tables show that call volumes by address in the Shoreline Urban Renewal District for each year during 2016 to 2020. The report states some addresses within the area are consistently near the top of the list of addresses with the most calls for services in the city. As you can see, 1620 River Street, where Interfaith Sanctuary currently resides, is consistently listed in the top 3 for calls for services for each year, as is 525 South Americana, Corpus Christi, as well as West Cooper Street, South Americana Boulevard, Cooper Court. While calls to 1620 River Street are the only calls that can be directly attributed to the IFS, it is reasonable to conclude that at least 30 to 50% of the calls originating from Cooper Court and Corpus Christi House are responding to issues related to guests of Interfaith Sanctuary. And as Chief Lee stated in his earlier testimony, many calls for services are related to interactions between people experiencing homelessness. If the proposed homeless shelter is larger than the current one, it is reasonable to conclude that those interactions will increase and contribute to even higher call volumes at the proposed site. This is the heat map from the CEPTED report that shows the high concentration of calls for services within direct proximity of the current shelter location. This is substantial, competent evidence, and I appreciate it that P&Z's commission was upheld.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Lisa.
I also have slides, please. Sure. Okay, thank you. Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Lisa Harlow, and I live in the Collister neighborhood on Hawthorne Drive. I'm presenting on the empirical property value impacts of a low barrier shelter with 300 beds in South Salt Lake called the Men's Homeless Resource Center, or the HRC. The HRC opened in 2019 and the site selection was announced in 2017. The shelter went into an area with some large homes, some homes with large lots, and another area near the shelter had a juvenile detention facility and a county sheriff's office. The county emergency management and a county emergency management building. Other houses are buffered from the shelter by a river. Using the county property assessment website, the change in values leading up to and following the announcement was analyzed. The assessment values of properties close to the shelter generally declined after it was announced. On average, properties decreased 4.3% in 2018. However, the year before the shelter was announced, assessed values had gone up. On average, property values increased 6.2% from 2016 to 2017. In comparison, Zillow estimates for the Salt Lake area as a whole during the same period that the property values rose 8 to 11% per year. This data shows that the properties surrounding the shelter suffered a loss in expected value of 12.4% compared to the citywide average. In an effort to minimize the hardship for the neighboring property owners, County Mayor Ben McAdams promised neighbors that the county would buy surrounding properties if they wanted to sell. He made the promise just after announcing the HRC in March of 2017, but the county didn't act until the fall of 2018. In total, the county spent over $7 million for 13 properties. On this map, you can clearly see the HRC in blue and the properties that the county bought around it in green, and those that did not sell in red. While not everyone sold who could, every property immediately adjacent to the shelter sold, as did some a bit further away. Prices ranged from $350,000 to $1 million. On average, owners were paid the 2018 assessed value, which was the decreased value, plus around 46% for the relocation costs. The county purchased properties up to approximately 1,000 feet from the shelter. This slide shows the supporting data for the record. Real estate is affected by many factors, and it is possible that the mayor's promise in 2017 to purchase properties may have kept the values a bit higher.
Time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
William?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
If I could have.
Yeah, Lisa, we've got a
ask
question for
Lisa
you.
a question. Yeah. We heard from representatives of Interfaith Sanctuary that they believe that this data is not accurate. Have any response to that?
Yeah. So I would defer to some of the others that did a lot of this research.
Sure.
We would just acknowledge the comments by the appraiser who testified on Tuesday, who said really a study needs to be done. So this data is accurate. There are the screenshots of what we got off of Zillow, but it's not very comprehensive. We didn't pull every single property in a 1,000-foot radius. We didn't attempt to change the data at all, but based on time constraints, we did just have to pick a random sampling of properties. So I think that the key takeaway is that yes, the property values went up, but based on the Zillow reports, which is what we had access to, which are available by month, the property values went up significantly less at properties within the radius of the shelter than they did throughout the
South Salt Lake
In general.
municipality as a whole. And similar data is found for Veterans Park selected properties versus Boise as a whole over the time period of this proposal.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. William. And then if Andy Erstad, Leah Bowman, Matthew Bowman would come on up and be ready to testify.
Can you guys hear me?
Not really. I think you need to pull it up just a bit. Oh.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, council members and mayor, thank you for having me here today. My name is William McNeil. I live on Wimosa Street. I'm here in opposition to the Interfaith Homeless Shelter. I would like to start with an observation in my backyard to start my discussion. My wife and I are bird watchers and have set up bird feeding stations in our backyard. It brings us enjoyment to watch all the birds from our patio table. Recently, all the birds have left and 2 to 3 neighborhood cats have moved in. I'm sure that our neighbors had only the best wishes in adopting these furry companions, but the impact to us has taken away something that we have really enjoyed. Now to the interfaith. I fully understand that Interfaith wants to help the homeless in any way, but their obsession with their proposed new location in our neighborhood was thinking that it's going to solve all their problems is a fallacy. The initial idea was for 300 plus beds, which was scaled back to 200 plus just to try to get the proposal approved, but they had plans for more. The City Planning Commission saw that the impact of the 200 plus beds in our neighborhood was going to impact us and declined it. Everyone knows that the conditions of a conditional, everyone knows that a conditional permit has never been revoked once approved. And everyone can easily see that Interfaith has no other ambition than to become the biggest shelter in town and ignoring the impact of their surrounding community. They are single-minded and walk with blinders on. Interfaith is a low barrier shelter. That means that they take in everyone, including the chronically homeless. That means, and the chronically homeless want nothing to do with society. They just want to do what they want, whenever they want, wherever they want, with no rules. Therefore, they do not stay at some of the more strict shelters like the Boise Rescue Mission because they get kicked out or they can't be there. And they have plenty of room for them too. A small group of apathetic homeless can create such a disturbance in a community that it only takes a handful to wreak havoc on the surrounding community. Now Interfaith wants to create a beacon as a low barrier shelter to draw large numbers with open arms to our neighborhood with little supervision. And then when they fail to get in or follow the rules, they get pushed out into our neighborhoods. We can count on weeks, months, and years of problems with individuals or groups sleeping on our properties. We can take into account that we can count on that we're going to hear their frustrations with our families. Our families are going to hear it. Our kids are going to hear it. The people at the athletic field are going to hear it. You know, and basically that's our concern. If you keep bringing these people to our area and then you can't house them, then they're going to end up in our neighborhood. And from the bottom of my heart, I implore you to reject this.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Yep. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. It's 8. Sorry. I appreciate you being in the front row, both of you. So 5-minute break. Alana, Howard, Matthew Hoffman, Andy Erstad, Leah Bowman are up next, and we'll see you in a minute. Come on up. Yep. Councilmember Sanchez is going to Zoom from her office.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is Ilana Salzman. I live in the West North End, approximately a little over 2 miles from the proposed shelter site. And I'm speaking today, encouraging you to overturn the planning and zoning decision and approve the proposed conditional use permit application. There are 2 points that I want to make today. The first is that the planning and zoning decision, as it is written, would apply to citing any shelter in any commercially zoned or area that is zoned properly for a shelter. There is no, as I understand it, there is no area zoned for a shelter that is not near a residential area. If the council were to allow the decision to stand, there will be no matter what proposal comes to planning and zoning, they can use the same logic for those proposals, and we have no shelter ability to site shelters in this city. And as you all are aware, with our growing population, we need solutions. We need a way to house homeless people in this city. The second point that I want to make is really a point as a parent, also as someone who has worked with the homeless, both as an attorney and also as a shelter caseworker, but primarily as a parent. I've heard a lot of talk about adverse impact. I've heard a lot of talk about devaluing and how citing the shelter in this location is going to decrease the value of the properties. And I would encourage you and everyone else in this room to think about the ways that citing the homeless shelter on State Street is going to add value to the neighborhood. My children have volunteered with the homeless in low barrier situations. The first time they did, they came home, they had questions, they interacted with people, they learned something. They learned about people who are different from them. They learned to overcome prejudices. They learned to overcome fears. They learned how to interact with people of different walks of life. I would submit to you that having this happen and encouraging a culture where we take care of each other and where we act based on mutual understanding and on compassion and not based on fear and prejudice is a culture that we want. It is the Boise that I want to live in. I want to believe here that the right thing to do and the humane thing to do will prevail, and that is to take care of our homeless population and allow this shelter to go forward. There is really not another good option at the moment. So I would ask you to please overturn P&Z's decision and approve the application.
Thank you. Howard. Then we've got there's some empty seats up here. Matthew Hoffman, Andy Erstad, Leah Bowman, Matthew Oman. Trying to get through everybody before we stop tonight at 9. It really helps if you're right at the mic.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name's Howard Belodoff.
We can't hear you.
My name's Howard Belodoff. First, I want to apologize. I didn't put my address down because unfortunately I received a voicemail threat after Monday night's here. So I have that concern. My purpose here is to educate, not to advocate tonight. And I'm honored to be here to do that. Let me just say, don't be misled by out of context statements about, for example, the National Coalition of Homelessness or self-proclaimed experts. The coalition's website, this is what it says about congregate shelters. Quote, and you can look it up. States, the coalition, quote, is committed to a single mission: to end and prevent homelessness while ensuring the immediate need of those experiencing homelessness are met and their civil rights are respected and protected. They go on and say, the most important recommendation is to end gymnasium-sized congregate living without privacy. That's your definition that you're looking for, because I haven't heard it. And the opponents recognize they're experts. I also urge you to give the weight due to the city's own experts. And they should be commended for being neutral and unbiased. Why? Because they don't have they don't have an interest in the outcome of this appeal. They're here to serve the people of Boise and you as council and representatives. The terms congregate shelter and low barrier shelter have been bandied about, but no definition. So let's look at the sanctuary new design. It's not a congregate shelter. It has 96 beds in the family unit, 24 rooms on 2 levels with all the accompanying day rooms, et cetera. 22 individual medically fragile beds, 5 semi-private beds for women, 12 semi-private beds for men.
Howard, I'm going to just ask you to
I'm
drop it.
sorry. Okay, just want to be heard.
We can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, Madam Mayor. 10 women single beds, rooms, 15 men single rooms. That protects privacy, but it also reduces the trauma, the stress, the anxiety that are in congregate.
Time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can finish up your final sentence, not a run-on sentence, just a regular sentence.
Have you been talking to judges, Mayor? Well, in conclusion, I would just say that I would hope that the council would recognize that this Interfaith Sanctuary and their staff give hope, dignity, respect, privacy, and religious liberty and humanity to the residents. And I'll stand for any questions. I think I can address the Fair Housing Act for shelters. I think I can address the square footage requirements.
Thank you. That's good. We'll see if there are questions. I imagine that there might be.
Madam Mayor, I will ask a question about the square footage requirements. That's my question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, please enlighten me.
So I've been a lawyer for 43 years. 35 of those years I've been involved in fair housing. So under the Fair Housing Act, they have an occupancy regulation and guidance by HUD. They don't use square footage. Why? Because numerous courts, including in the state of Idaho, have found that discriminates against families and children. And so they look at the whole building, the whole apartment, right? But I will tell you, based on my own experience, I did a lot of my early career, 2 decades, litigating jails and prison cases. I basically forced the construction of the new Ada County Jail, the new Canyon County Jail, and the Adams County Jail, and the women's prison, so they could get equal rights. And I helped design those. The Idaho Sheriff's Association standard for jail cells is 80 square feet. If you go down to the Ada County Work Center, it isn't even 80 because it's a work center. So the 191 square foot, in my opinion, professionally comes within a reasonable standard because there is no standard for shelters per se. The standard that I know we look at, that I've looked at before for shelters, is the fire safety code, which is enforced by the fire department and the occupancy requirements by the city. And they're well within that. The Boise Rescue Mission has far less than 100 square feet per person on the first floor there. So you have to extrapolate from that and say, and you have to look at the whole facility. You have to look at the outside. You have to look at the day shelters, the rec rooms, the programming. So I believe that is compared to the current facility, a very good square footage. So that's the only answer I can give.
Madam Mayor, just quick follow up there. So that is helpful. You said something about 80 square feet at the prison. Is that a requirement? Is that a best practice? What is the 80 square feet that you referred to?
The Idaho Sheriff's Association for county jails, they inspect all 44 counties. Maybe some counties don't have jails, but all the counties. And when they go through, they examine the conditions of confinement right? And they're worried about overcrowding. That leads to lawsuits and liability. And so that's the recommendation. And, you know, the courts have, it's not a requirement. You can't enforce it as a requirement, but that's what the courts look at. But in the context of all the other things that are going on in the jail, remember, jails, they're locked up pretty much 24/7, except for maybe 1 hour a day, depending on their custody.
Got it. Thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know how. Well, Andy's in the front row, so you get to go. Oh, Matthew, I'm so sorry. You're right there also. Okay.
Madam Mayor, council members, Andy Erstead, 310 North 5th Street. I want to get up here and talk a little bit about best practices, because I think there's a lot of things swirling around that are a little bit problematic. And that is that we have this diagram and it talks about square foot per bed. And it's not about square foot per bed. And I'll give you a good example. The brand new Gail May facility opened in Salt Lake is 76,000 square feet. It houses 200 clients, 100 men, 100 women in congregate living. So there's one bedroom, one large room, 100 beds for the women, downstairs in this beautiful facility, 100 beds for the men. Congregate living is the model we are running from as fast as we can. The other issue and the notion of best practices and standard of care is we talk to our colleagues. We have colleagues all over the country that have done similar facilities, but not exact the same. We talk with the clients who actually experience these facilities. We've worked with Stephanie Day. We've worked with B. Black. These people run these facilities. We've met with Jody Steigers for hours on end, and my entire design team has worked very hard to program and understand this facility. We talk about best practices, and those are the best practices. We reference projects around the world, around the country. We look at Canada's, Canada is probably one of the countries that has the most standards out there. We don't have those standards here. And so we design to the standards that are really focused on what is the best for the clients. We talk about design as a way to mitigate impact and influence and create controls. This project has been designed to separate and isolate different populations in a very holistic sense. We've used program spaces and intervening rooms to create a very good separation, and also not a prison-like separation. So we're trying to educate and elevate the clients to a higher behavior, a better behavior. And you do that by giving them separate rooms, or rooms where 2 people are housed together, but not congregate living where 100 are housed together. So you can look at these fantastic facilities all across the country, but you need to understand how they are housing their clients. This facility I mentioned in Salt Lake has an enormous kitchen and dining area, if I can finish, that feeds 3 facilities. So if you look at 76,000 square feet and you say, well, how much of that is given up to non-usable space or facilities for around the region, your numbers start to come way down.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I do have a question,
Yes.
and also a comment as well. I realize that I'm asking a lot of questions up here, and some of the responses are answering some things that I brought up earlier, but make sure that we're talking with everybody on council and not directing comments just towards me. Can I interpret what you're saying is that you don't think that we should be calling this a congregate shelter the way that it's designed, that it falls not in your definition?
This is not a congregate, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, this is not a congregate shelter.
So looking through the design, there are some rooms that I think you are referring to as semi-private. Are you saying that there aren't rooms where where there's a large amount of bunk beds or people in one rooms? Like, how is it? When I look at the plan, it seems like there may be some areas that might qualify for that definition.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, there are areas where we have 2 and 3 beds in a isolated section. So we don't have. I have a wonderful photo, but I've got what a true congregate facility is 20. What did we have? 25 bunks down one side, 25 bunks back up the other side, and intervening single cots on the ground. That's a brand new design.
Yep. And Madam Mayor, so 2 more questions. One, so when you're calling it,
Wait, though, sorry. That's a brand new design, not the design for this, but you're saying a picture of a brand new design somewhere else.
This is why I'm making the point. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. This is why I'm trying to make the point. Square footage is not an appropriate guideline for how you design these facilities. It's really, how are we housing the clients? How are we taking care of them to give them a sense of space, a sense of security? You do not have a sense of security in a congregate shelter where there are rows and rows of bunks. And so when the illustration, the Gail Miller facility in Salt Lake, it's a stunning building, and it's a $15 million facility. I'd love to have that kind of money. When you call out the square foot number of 380 per beds.
Madam Mayor, I might just interrupt here. I think I get the point for the square footage per beds, point well taken. When you're referring to a semi-private room, you're referring to a room that has a few different bunk beds in it, but there's walls that maybe separate head to toe,
Yes.
but there's still more beds in the room. Great. So when we're talking about an overflow shelter, people coming in, that may be a circumstance where there are multiple people in a room that aren't separated. Am I understanding that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Great.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Not really a question, just a comment to help us and maybe help people testifying. This is just my perspective as I'm trying to sort this out. We're not authorities here on how to design or run a shelter. And frankly, the best practices for running your particular business aren't relevant under our land use code at all. We don't go reach in and tell people how to do this stuff. But what is relevant is adverse impact and conditions to mitigate. So when, just speaking for myself, when we're talking about best practices, what I really want to know are what are the best practices that are outwardly facing with respect to the neighborhood. As you're talking about best practices, what are the best practices in shelter situations with respect to the neighborhood or adjoining properties? What are the things that are best practices for mitigating those impacts? That would be helpful to me, more so, frankly, than what are the best practices inside the building, because that's not relevant in the land use code. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Although I would just say that, so let's get both, because other people are asking about the other because of the discussion they're having about appropriate size, what can fit here, what the impacts might be if it doesn't fit correctly.
I certainly didn't mean don't answer my colleagues' questions. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just follow up with that, I want to make sure that I'm clear on the reason why I'm asking this, because I actually do think that it relates to what you might be getting at as well. I think that if there is something that is designed correctly that causes less adverse impact to the people who are staying in the facility, that will directly translate out to less adverse impact to their surrounding communities as well. I think when you have somebody who is experiencing trauma already, they go into an environment where they're experiencing additional trauma based off of the way that it's organized. That's when the community ends up paying the price and the impact. And so the reason why I'm getting to some of these questions actually is related to external impact by ensuring that what we're doing on the inside isn't elevating those. And so there may be, I don't think that there's disagreement. There may be disagreement in how that's interpreted, but that's kind of where I'm coming from in this lens and trying to get that information.
Madam Mayor, it sounds like I need to answer a question.
Wait, was there a question or was it a statement?
No, it was just a statement about the kinds of things I'm interested in, because it seems like that might be helpful.
Sorry, there was not a question there. Any further questions? Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matthew, thank you for your patience. Then Leah Bowman, Matthew Bowman, sorry, and Lyle Cardoza.
I'm sorry, was that directed at me?
Nope, now I'm just looking at you, waiting for you
Okay.
to share your thoughts.
Council members, Mayor, thank you for having me here today. My name is Matt Hoffman. Oh, yes. Is that better?
Yes.
My name is Matt Hoffman. I live out towards Micron on Bend Ridge Street. I was born in Boise, and I love this city very much. I think, we've heard a lot of facts and this and that, things that are questionable or not questionable. So I'm just going to speak from my heart tonight and just give you my own experiences with the people that we work with and what we do at Interfaith Sanctuary. So I'm the Director of Nutrition and Volunteer Services there. What that means is that anything having to do with food or volunteering is my responsibility to coordinate. That means that of 200 to 250 people need 3 meals a day. That's my responsibility to make sure that those people are fed every single day. We have about 150 volunteers that are active and many, many more that are not any longer, but are still supportive. And I coordinate all of that as well. I also run a food service training program, which trains people in food service, for our guests in food service, and then helps them to find a job after the class is finished. I've had created programs like that and implemented them at several different nonprofits in town. And I believe that I am an expert in that area. I'm just one of the people that work at Interfaith Sanctuary, and this is, these are my tasks. So, and I'm probably the least talented out of all of them. We have extraordinary people that work at Interfaith Sanctuary, starting at the very top with Jody, and all the way to the rest of us. We all care deeply about this population. None of us are there for the money. We are all there because we're passionate about the homeless community, having the resources that they need and being taken care of by the community. Over the course, I better speed it up. There's a few things that are misunderstandings that I've heard around here, and I want to just label them as misunderstandings and nothing further, because that's what I would like to believe. I've heard over and over again, I've heard tonight and on all the literature that we're just a warehouse for people, that we perpetuate homelessness. And I can just, that right there just tells me that there is a fundamental misunderstanding of what we do at Interfaith Sanctuary. We are there not to warehouse people, but to move them forward in their lives and out of homelessness. We are not perpetuating homelessness. Our ultimate goal, a lofty one, is to end homelessness. I'm sorry. No,
Thank you.
I had much more to say. But
thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Leah. Hi.
Hey, I'm Leah Bowman. I'm at 2714 Tamarack, about 3 blocks from the proposed site. I've worked as a licensed clinical social worker for 11 years in this community. I strive to uphold social work values and ethics in work and life, which are service, social justice, dignity, and worth of the person, the importance of human relationships, integrity, and competence. Because of these values, as I've deeply reflected on this project for 1 year, I firmly stand against the move of IFS into a low-income and racially diverse neighborhood. Nationally, large congregate shelters are dying. As a social worker, I'm relieved to hear this. Statistics are clear that our unhoused neighbors have hugely disproportionate challenges with trauma, substance use issues, and mental health challenges. I know this academically, but more importantly, professionally. They need meaningful, trauma-informed care. Congregate shelter is dying as ultimately it's unsafe and only serves to perpetuate and exacerbate trauma. Low barrier shelter is a necessity, but in no way does it belong in or near neighborhoods. By its nature, low barrier means all will be served despite sobriety, criminal record, or behaviors, which means greater risk for surrounding areas. Bringing these risks to any neighborhood is questionable. Bringing these risks to a known low income and racially diverse area is a social and economic justice concern in my mind. I don't lack compassion. I don't fear the unknown. What I worry about are our community leaders making decisions based on politics and a form of liberalism that disregards reality. Self-identified progressives and philanthropists who stand up for Black lives but will move to concentrate poverty into a poor and racially diverse neighborhood are not serving the higher good. Nonprofits who cannot see that bringing increased drug culture into a neighborhood full of low income and refugee kids is a problem are not making decisions that are good for our community. Leaders who ignore or turn a blind faith eye to the very real challenges of our unhoused community in order to push through developer interests are no different than the folks on the other side of the aisle. I cannot trust leaders who feign to care for our most vulnerable, but then advocate to house men, women, families, and children in varying stages of sobriety and mental health challenges into a large warehouse in a poor neighborhood because there's no other option. It's an exhausting hypocrisy. This is a complex ethical issue, but the fact that we cannot have a reasonable conversation about what our unhoused neighbors really need, vulnerable neighborhoods, that we cannot see both of these issues in a clear-eyed manner is harmful for all involved. I urge you to use your common sense, be idealistic but realistic, and please act to provide the proper care for our unhoused and the proper protection of this vulnerable neighborhood by upholding the P&Z decision to deny this cup. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew.
Hello, my name is Matthew Oman. I live in 2714 North Tamarack. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the IFS move to the State Street location. I have a lot of different reasons for being opposed to this move. One is because I'm a dad in the neighborhood and I have kids that run around there. You know, I grew up here in Boise and I grew up in a way that I'm realizing is unique to other places. We had safe city streets, we had parks, we had access to river areas, we had a group of people looking out for the city that really seemed to care about the character of the city and maintaining it. And when I think about the IFS move to potentially moving it to State Street, my first thought was the safety of my neighborhood, the kids on my block. Are they going to be able to just go out on the street? And that's the thing too, I'd like you to understand is that with the different income levels in my neighborhood, there's different ways of raising kids. Now, people that have a little bit more access to finances, what they do with their kids in their spare time is they pay for programs. They send them to baseball or they send them to, you know, different after school programs that cost. But a lot of kids don't have that option because of the income level. So they're out there in the neighborhood and that's where they all are summer long. We ride bikes, we play basketball, kick the soccer ball. That's what we do. And so when I think about IFS moving to the neighborhood and how it would change the flow of it, how it would change how that neighborhood's used, I think it would have a negative effect. The reason I think that, and I saw it when I heard they were proposing to move here, I sought to do more research on my own. So I offered to volunteer at Interfaith, which I did. And so I did that, and that was a really rewarding opportunity in a lot of ways. You know, I got to meet a lot of people. I got to help a lot of people. I offered them a warm blanket or clean blanket, you know, like toothpaste, stuff like that, conversation, kind words, stuff like that. I even shot hoops with some of the guys there, and it was great. But there were some things that I saw there that really made me concerned. And mainly it's the area in Cooper's Court area. Now, what I saw there was regular drug use and violence. I saw multiple instances of violence. And I saw an elderly man beaten to the point that he was bleeding from his head, from his arm. And of course, I left the perimeter. I went because I was working at the gate at the time. And I went out and offered him water. I went out and offered him a towel. And I helped him get cleaned up. But he refused medical attention. I offered to call an ambulance, and he said he didn't want it. And I don't know why that is, but he didn't. And so when I think about that environment potentially move to my neighborhood, where those kids are out there enjoying that Boise lifestyle, that type of unique environment that exists here, I get very concerned. I urge you to turn this. I urge you to vote against this move. Thank you for your time. Thank you for talking to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Lyle. Is it Lyle? Leo.
Leo Cardoza.
Hi there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I live on North Arthur Street. Councilman Badgett, I want to thank you for your very thoughtful questions regarding the security plan and the distinction between what is the security plan and what are the concerns regarding security for the neighborhood. We understand the distinction between the internal security plan at the facility and the concerns of neighbors and residents. And Councilwoman Willetts, you correctly stated that one of the issues that neighbors are concerned about we want to see concrete and specific addressing of our concerns. And I would add the word binding to that request, that we want to know that should the worst come to pass, should the worst concerns that have been voiced by the residents of this neighborhood come to pass, what form of redress do we have? Because if there is no plan existing and this and planning and zoning's decision is overturned, then what do the residents of this neighborhood do? So I want to speak to the public's due process rights and comment on the details of potential mitigations. The appeal asserts the commission's provision of information on how the applicant may obtain approval constituted a constitutional violation of the applicant's rights. They assert the denial of the CUP application based in part on sufficient detail on how impacts would be mitigated constitutes a violation of their constitutional rights. The staff report does not counter this assertion and only states that the commissioners could have relied on the draft conditions supplied by city staff and agencies to approve the project. One condition, for example, was the requirement for future development of a security plan to contain requirements that can currently only be speculative, as are their potential efficacy. However, the staff report omits reference to the commission's determination that the public also has a due process right to consider the mitigations implemented. For example, this is a quote from Commissioner Danley during deliberation. Quote, "My biggest concern is if we condition this, creating a future plan and go forward, and the significant amount of information is created but not presented to the public, then the public will never have a chance to comment on their thoughts on this." Idaho Supreme Court has upheld due process rights of the public to consider the mitigations in place in the case of Fisher versus City of Ketchum, where the court upheld the City of Ketchum's Planning and Zoning Commission's express authority in review of a CUP to require details in the submission of additional materials and information related to an engineer's certification that a proposed construction would withstand an avalanche hazard. The court expressly cited the public's statutory due process right to meaningfully comment on the details of the prospective certification rather than relegating the certification to being supplied post-approval and pre-construction. This provision of security details outside the public review is what the applicant is requesting relative to the security plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got Amy Williams and Stephanie Ridley. Is there another one? Will you just read the name so they come forward?
Madam Mayor, the next up would be Charlene Pickett.
No, you're good. I just wanted Shirley to come on forward too. So then we've got three and I'm moving to Zoom. So go ahead. No, actually, I'm going to need you to talk with somebody about being a party of record versus an applicant. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Amy Williams. I live at 4862 Alamosa Street in the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Email correspondence with the city documents the reoccurring health and safety risks that take place in and around the area where the current Interfaith shelter is located. I'm going to share information. So tonight's record clearly documents the risks that you'll be subjecting this new area of the city to if you approve this conditional use permit. On May of 2020, a property owner in the current area wrote to Mayor McLean saying, "The problem has gotten progressively worse since my email in February with no action taken. I've had employees harassed and property damaged." By February of 2021, the same person sent an email message with the subject line explaining 17th Street disaster, action needed. The email stated, "The situation on 17th Street in Boise continues to deteriorate. Broken down mobile homes and trailers filled with garbage fill the streets and sidewalks. Employees feel unsafe to go out after dark. We're crying for help." In July of 2020, the former Boise planning director, now working on the Shoreline Urban Renewal area, shared a slideshow with Police Chief
which included a slide labeled threats. The slide listed the following 11 issues. 1, 3 times more parked vehicles on the streets between May 20th versus May 2020 versus January 2020. 2, temporary daytime shelter in the Shoreline Park along the river and on South 17th Street. 3, temporary nighttime shelter on private property. 4, increase in needles, drugs, and trash, deterring customers and clients from businesses. 5, sewage disposal from campers and into storm drainage systems, defecation on private property. 6, employees feeling unsafe because of increased trespassing, drugs, and aggressive presence. 7, pedestrian, bike, and auto conflicts and unmarked crossings. 8, violations of Boise's 72-hour policy for parked vehicles. 9, substantial increase in out-of-state license plates. 10, use of dumpsters on private office buildings. And 11, use of water and power at private office buildings. Over a year ago, the former planning director sent an email to the police department regarding their SEPTED assessment and said, clearly there's a reason this area qualified for an urban renewal district, high crime. The writers of these emails remind the city of how these issues put their economic interests at risk. There's no difference for the properties and businesses in the Veterans Park neighborhood. I respectfully request you to deny this CUP.
Stephanie. And then we've got Charlene Pickett and Dan Fink.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. As a resident of the Sunset neighborhood, I'm very concerned about the impact the Interfaith shelter will have on the safety of our neighborhoods, parks, and schools. I believe there's a place for everyone in our city, and we do need to address the best way to provide services and shelter for our homeless population in Boise. I have experienced homelessness in my own, who I'm very close to, struggle with mental health issues and homelessness over the years. I'm very concerned about the unhoused members of our community and the best way to provide help and assistance to them. However, I don't believe housing so many people in one building is a good answer, nor is it responsible to put the shelter so close to dense residential neighborhoods. Boise is in desperate need of more affordable housing to get more unhoused people into homes. The city needs to identify a better location for the shelter, or perhaps multiple smaller shelters that would provide better access to mental and other health services for the residents. Rather than simply reacting simply reacting to this current shelter crisis, the city should recognize the need to be proactive in developing siting and zoning ordinances that would identify the types of shelters needed in our city and employ best practices for size and location. As State Senator Grant Burgoyne has recently pointed out, there is research indicating that the number of beds in homeless shelters should be in the range of 20 plus, not the 200 plus proposed by ISF, to successfully help the homeless. I think every Boisean understands that homeless facilities and supportive services are truly a community obligation, but they must be of an appropriate size and they must be sited with care. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlene.
Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Charlene Pickett, and I live at 4823 Willow Lane, less than a half mile from the proposed site. I've lived there since 2010 and have been raising 2 girls. I have huge concerns regarding the potential adverse impacts to the surrounding areas, such as Willow Lane Park, the green space, the athletic fields, the street I live on, going to the green belt, many areas. The applicant's appeal provides misleading rationale for their lack of security and safety information and plans, further demonstrating that they are unable or unwilling to provide information that could clarify their ability to mitigate adverse impacts to properties in the vicinity. I realize that much of the information is repetitive, and I do appreciate this process, and I appreciate you allowing me to be heard. The applicant says that offsite security and safety needs were not requested, and that BFD and BPD only requested a security plan. The applicant then goes on to claim that security plans only cover on-site needs, whereas a safety plan would be needed to be requested to cover off-site needs. But the record clearly shows, dating back to January 2021, that neighbors, businesses, and other interested parties have requested information relating to the applicant's security and safety plans, inclusive of both off-site and on-site issues. This includes a direct request for answers to a list of detailed questions from the VPNA that planning staff had asked the applicant to answer. The record also clearly shows that BPD did not intend to limit focus of safety and security to only the on-site needs. The applicant claims their plans are confidential, and we've heard that tonight. And while there could be some rationale for certain details being confidential, it seems obvious that sharing the overall plans, what they include and how they would deal with anticipated issues could provide clarity regarding possible mitigation of adverse effects, or maybe not. There are other rationales are clearly just designed to distract from the real issue, which is the applicant was unable or did not want to produce and share security and safety plans. Why they didn't do that when there was ample time leads one to surmise that adverse impacts and undue burdens cannot be sufficiently mitigated. Please uphold the P&Z ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene. Dan Fink.
Dan Fink, 943 Haynes. I'm a board member with Interfaith. We've been talking and you will be deliberating on adverse impact. It's important to think about. The term can also be clinical and dehumanizing because adverse impact relies on categories of us and them. Friends, there is no us and them. There's only us. The homeless eat burgers and drink brews. They bird watch. They ride the buses with their friends and family. They care for their friends. They care for their children. Spend 5 minutes at Interfaith Sanctuary and you will see that. That's why it is my sacred obligation as a person, a rabbi, a Jew, to see that they are treated with the same dignity as everyone. I submit with a little chutzpah as a Jew. This is also at the heart of a tradition started by a fellow rabbi who was born homeless in a stable. For those of you who are Christians, you might ask yourselves, would you have denied him a place in your neighborhood out of fear of adverse impact? My tradition says in this Passover season, let all who are hungry come and eat. Find shelter from the storm. That is why we joined with Protestants, Muslims, Catholics, the LDS Church, Unitarians, people of all faiths and none, when over a decade and a half ago, we formed IFS. We formed Interfaith because people were freezing to death in the streets of our city. Did we weigh adverse impact? Yes. And what we saw was that the most adverse impact in the streets of this city was people freezing to death. Adverse impact is people dying of hunger and heat and cold. And that is your first and foremost responsibilities as leaders of our city. And so we acted out of compassion and out of love because then, as still now, there was no place else to go for LGBTQ people, for non-Christians, for homeless who wanted shelter and food without sermons and missionizing, questioning their faith or lack thereof. Neighbors, we are not your adversaries. We are your partners. We offer you the opportunity to serve with the same kind of love and kindness that we see in our shelter every day. If you want to see best practices, folks, ask the expert who is sitting right behind me, Jody and her staff, who care for people day in and day out. Be your brothers and your sisters' keepers. Love your neighbors as yourselves. When you vote, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we have another person that signed up, Katie Decker.
Okay. Katie, is Katie a person of record separate from being a neighborhood association?
Madam Mayor, let me verify that. And in the meantime, we have
Yeah.
We have Trish Charlton online, if you would like to move to that individual while we research.
Yep.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Trish.
Okay, Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Trish Charlton. I'm a retired social worker and I've lived at 2736 North Lake Harbor Lane for 22 years. I want to underscore everything that the previous social worker stated. As someone who has worked in a psychiatric facility as well as drug and alcohol treatment programs, I have wrestled with this as well. And honestly, I keep coming back to myself. I'm older, I've raised my family, but I cannot help but relate to how I would feel if this were coming into my neighborhood when I was trying to raise children. That the safety, as someone referred to, the quality of life that we enjoy in Idaho, that are the reasons that we live here. That I'm a native, and we decided not to leave because of what this town offered. So this is not my prepared testimony. That's been pretty well covered, but I do want to say that by the time, if this is allowed, millions of dollars will go into this building, and it will be too late to realize that this should not go in a neighborhood. It's not just our neighborhood. It should not go into any neighborhood, because as you've heard so clearly, it just can't be mitigated. So I would ask that the city consider joining this cause. This should not be private donation only. I think Boise can do better, and that if you could join forces and put additional funds, that we could find a solution for this that would work for everyone. We know what a vital purpose interfaith serves, and it needs to happen. It just doesn't and shouldn't happen in a neighborhood. So I ask you to please uphold PNC that, and to hopefully move towards a more suitable location that for the future of everyone. It will be too late down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Richard, we saw you on film for a minute. I think you're next.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I will switch screens. Richard Llewellyn, 9170 Hill Road. I want to thank both those who volunteer significant time and energy to help the unhoused and the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association for protecting one of the least affluent neighborhoods in Boise. The Veterans Park is a neighborhood I knew well growing up. Right off Willow Lane lived our friend Jimmy, a football star at Hillside Junior High, whose family had left Vietnam several years earlier, and I believe found a welcoming neighborhood there. I think we can understand both sides of this issue. In Boise, the unhoused have been used as a political football by people in power and have been targeted by a law that was found to be unconstitutional. I have little doubt that those who work tirelessly to serve this population have felt that any step forward might encounter resistance from one group or another. I also understand the concerns of the Veterans Park neighborhood. Indeed, if we are honest with ourselves, these are concerns most of us would have for our families and homes if confronting the same situation. What I don't understand, however, is why the appellant's legal strategy has been to deny residents the opportunity to review and discuss any security plan, which during the planning and zoning hearing was broadly discussed as one that deals with both internal and external risks and will be critical to the degree of adverse impact. and impact residents and guests may need to live with constantly. The Planning and Zoning Commission tried to find a means by which this plan could be discussed by the public, but to no avail. The applicant has given multiple rationales for the refusal, but it appears to come down to an ideology that claims that providing a plan is unconstitutional and that doing so might set a precedent that could harm the cause of property rights across the state. This ideology is not the law. In this case, ideology has been elevated above the spirit and letter of the law regarding conditional use permits, law that should have been employed to create the best possible application. This ideology intends to hamstring our public officials and the Planning and Zoning Commission rather than allow them to work within the confines of the law to hear the public and address adverse impacts on the surrounding area. This ideology, and not the applicant's irrepressible intent to serve the unhoused, has become the hill to die on. The Planning and Zoning Commission is intentionally granted a degree of independence from the City Planning Department. It is their duty to hear the public and evaluate whether the city and the applicant have brought forth a project that meets the law. And in doing so, they are not confined to the concerns and requirements that planning staff has set forth. The commission exercised its due diligence when requesting a security plan be presented before making their decision. As Boise is confronted with rapid change, it is critical that we maintain the ability of the commission to hear from the public, evaluate the facts, and do its best job. Please deny this appeal so a better solution can be found. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And we've got one more, Katie Decker.
Can you pull up the slides for what is large? So there has been a lot tonight, and I will not have time to speak to it all. Frankly, I really welcome Mr. Scoggins' comments addressing our work. This is the first time that we've really had a substantive response from Interfaith since the first time that we submitted a significant comment letter in March of 2021 on the HUD grant application. I would welcome a list of direct comments, and we can look at what discrepancies may exist. We did put together a very large amount of information on a short time frame for the Shelter Better Task Force. We were only giving a few days notice before a presentation there. With regard to the questions about shelter size and congregate nature that have come up a lot, one of the frustrations that we've experienced that I think you guys are getting a taste of now is that there is little attempt nationally to recognize best practices with regard to what the impact to the neighborhood will be. So our experience on the task force was that the criteria factors that were set by city staff did not address any neighborhood impact, and we weren't able to have any added.
Sorry to interrupt. I just have a quick question. Are you testifying on behalf of yourself, or are you testifying on behalf of the neighborhood association, just so I can understand what I'm hearing?
I am on behalf of myself, but I was present at the task force. But it was also a representative capacity. Would you prefer me to not address the task force?
I appreciate that clarification. Katie's only up because she's an individual person of record. So you need to restrict your testimony to individual person of record items because you've already presented as a representative of the neighborhood association.
Okay. With regard to shelter size, this is a table that was on record showing the distribution of the number of shelters in each number of beds per shelter size range in the Western US that is our peer states. The corollary of that is that this is the population served by the people in each set of shelter size ranges. So as you can see, which I can't because my glasses suck, I think it's 38% of people in these Western states are served in shelters under 50 beds. So yes, colloquially, I think that about 100 beds is very often considered large. And in some cases, people have a lower definition as well. The only official definitions we've been able to find date back to the 80s, and that was about 100 bed cutoff.
In general, I also want to point out that the materials on record do identify maps that show that there are C2 properties and other commercially zoned properties available that have a residential buffer in them. And so that rebuts the evidence that there is no other place. There are places that would have a residential buffer. And of course, moving to shelters of the size range that we see here could also allay some of the concerns that have been experienced. I'd also like to note that congregate, some of the comments on record also from the neighborhood association do relate to trauma-informed design principles, staffing ratios, and separation of demographics. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are at time. I know that we still have people online. I appreciate that you've held on this long. I'm going to ask the clerk that they collect the names. She's got them all. And we'll start with you all first tomorrow. So that you're not waiting for any new Zoom users. So, but we always are going to go with people in the room first before we move into Zoom. So if you're able to make it tomorrow, I'm down here, you could be sure to testify much earlier. And with that, we are going to stay this over till tomorrow at 4. Thanks all.